I've been working as a ranger along the Appalachian Trail for most of my adult life. I don't talk much about what I've seen out here. Not because I'm sworn to secrecy or anything like that, just because most people wouldn't understand how a place so peaceful could carry so much quiet tragedy. I love this forest, but I've also come to respect what it can take from people and how fast it can do it. Not just wild animals or bad weather. Sometimes it's just one small mistake that you never get the chance to fix. The case I'm about to write down here happened about 9 years ago. I still think about it a lot, especially when I'm clearing trail near the shelters. And I want to be clear, there's no ghosts or strange lights or anything like that. The scary part of this story is how real it all was. How easily it could have been me. How often it almost is. It started in late September, the time of year when the air smells sharp and the trees are turning to fire. A woman named Ellen Lathrop was doing a long solo section of the Appalachian Trail. She was 62, in good shape, experienced. She'd done parts of the trail before and had all the right gear. Her husband said she was stubborn, but not reckless. I remember he told me she loved being alone in the woods, called it her church. Ellen had been hiking for over a week. She'd been stopping at shelters in small towns along the way, checking in when she had service. She wasn't on a tight schedule, just moving at her own pace. She was last seen at a lean-to shelter not too far from where I usually patrol, maybe a 2-hour hike in from a service road, up near a cluster of switchbacks where the trail crosses a ravine. That shelter is nothing fancy. 3 walls and a roof, open front, a fire ring in front, and a bear box nearby. I know that spot well. I've slept there a few times myself while on long patrols. That morning, according to 2 other hikers, a man and a woman who'd spent the night there with her, Ellen got up before them, packed up quietly, and left around mid-morning. They were heading the same direction, but started later. They figured they'd catch up to her or see her at the next camp. They didn't. That was the last confirmed sighting of her. When her husband didn't hear from her in over 3 days, he started calling the ranger stations. We got the alert and started our usual response. Interviews with hikers, checking trail registers, getting dogs involved. I remember thinking at the time that she'd maybe rolled an ankle and was holed up somewhere waiting for help or hikers. That's common out here. People fall, twist a knee, and hunker down. It happens more than you'd think. But as the hours turned to days, things got strange. No one else had seen her. No one reported hearing anything. No gear was found. She hadn't signed any of the trail logs past that last shelter. It was like she walked out of that camp and vanished. We brought in dogs. We scanned the whole area around the trail, sweeping both sides in large loops. Helicopters did passes overhead, looking for signs of gear, bright clothing, broken brush. Nothing. That's when I got more involved. See, I've been helping with the outer perimeter checks, but once the dogs came up empty and days had passed, we expanded the grid. I was assigned to help lead a sector search near a section of trail I knew well, a hilly slope full of rhododendron and thorny underbrush. Thick stuff. It's hard to explain to people who don't hike, but some of those hills are so dense you can fall 10 feet off trail and completely vanish, even in daylight. Especially if you're not moving or making noise. We combed that area for over a week. At first with full teams, then later in smaller pairs. I didn't find anything but old wrappers, boot prints too old to match squirrel nests. After 2 weeks, they pulled most of the search effort. By the end of October, snow was in the forecast. The family was heartbroken. Volunteers kept searching on and off that fall, but nothing turned up. It was like the trail had swallowed her. Winter came fast that year. I remember because we had to shut off several high ridges early due to ice. I still kept an eye out for signs of her gear on my patrols. A piece of clothing, a pack, something bright, but the trail got quiet. In January, I got assigned to snowmobile patrols down south. Spring came, and so did the second wave of searching. The family funded another round. Cadaver dogs were flown in from out west. Nothing. They expanded the search radius to 8 miles. Still nothing. After that, the case just sort of cooled. Ellen Lathrop was considered one of the missing. Not dead, not found, just gone. I kept working. Every time I walked that stretch of trail, I'd glance off the side, wondering. Sometimes I'd even walk off trail just to poke around in the thickets. I didn't really think I'd find anything, but part of me couldn't let it go. 3 years later, in the fall, I was sent to assist on a completely unrelated case. A hunter had found what looked like an old human skeleton about 2 ridges south of that shelter, near a slope that's not on any marked trail. I remembered hearing it on the radio. He'd been squirrel hunting when he spotted bones under a thicket. When I got the coordinates, I realized it was almost a straight downhill path from the shelter, a fall line, steep but natural. If someone got hurt and tumbled, they'd end up right where he found it. I was one of the first responders on site. We hiked in with the local police and the coroner's office. It was late afternoon, getting colder. The bones were half covered in leaves and dirt, tangled in brush. All that was left was the skeleton, some faded clothing scraps, a hiking boot, and part of a torn backpack. No animals had scattered the bones, which was odd. Usually scavengers get to them quickly. But this one had landed in a thick, high bush, the kind with tough, woody arms. I think that saved the remains from getting scattered. The brush had formed a kind of cradle, tight enough that the body wasn't visible from above or even from 20 feet away. The ID was in a plastic zip bag in a pocket. The tag on the boot matched the ones described by her husband 3 years earlier. It was Ellen. Coroner said it looked like a cardiac episode. Massive heart attack or possibly a stroke. No broken bones. No sign of foul play. She likely stumbled, lost her footing, rolled downhill, and landed hard in that bush. Could have been dead before she even hit the bottom. 3 years she lay there, 50 yards off the trail, close enough to hear hikers passing by, if she'd still been alive. That's the part that sticks with me. How close she was. Her husband came out a week later for a small memorial. He asked to see the site. We took him in. He just stood there for a long time, looking at the bush, hands in his pockets. He didn't cry, just nodded a little. I think he'd already grieved. This was just closure. We put a small marker near the spot. Not official, just a small wooden disc nailed into a tree nearby. I pass it sometimes. I stop when I do. That case stuck with me, but it wasn't the last one. About 5 years after that, I was called out to a desert trail system out west. Temporary duty during fire season. It was a different kind of country than I was used to. Wide, open, hot. Nothing but sun-bleached stone and scrub brush. A hiker had called in a tip. He'd found bones under a mesquite bush out past a disused trail near an old mining site. I helped escort the forensic team in. The skeleton had been there a long time, probably over 2 years. Clothing bleached, gear half buried in dust. The strange part was the items near the body. A handgun, a big .44 revolver, was lying under the jaw. We didn't need the coroner to tell us what happened. The man had taken his own life. But what really got me were the PVC pipes. There were 2, each about a foot long, capped on both ends. Someone thought they might be pipe bombs and called in the bomb squad. Turned out they were just sealed tubes. Inside were his documents. His driver's license, student ID, birth certificate, even a note. All sealed up airtight. He'd prepared it. Wanted to be found. His name was Marcus, a student from a nearby college. He'd gone missing 3 years earlier. No known reason. No note left at home. Just vanished. They confirmed the timeline based on his last known phone ping and class attendance. He'd walked out into the desert and didn't come back. No foul play. Just something inside him gave out, I guess. We packed up his remains and left the desert. Another case closed. Another family notified. Another marker in the wilderness. People think the scary stuff in this line of work is bears or getting lost. That's not the worst of it. The real horror is how quietly a person can vanish. How easily a foot slips. How fast the silence closes in. I've walked past both of those bushes more than once now. The one that caught Ellen and the one that held Marcus. I try not to think too hard about them, but some nights, especially when the wind dies and all I hear are my boots and breath, I remember how quiet those places were. How still. People don't believe me when I say this, but the forest and the desert too, they don't need to chase you or trick you or frighten you. They just need you to make one wrong step, and they'll keep what they catch. I've worn this badge for 18 years now. Most of those years have been quiet. Routine. There are only so many ways to patrol a trail, mark tree damage, check trail cameras, and radio and maintenance reports. It's lonely work, and you have to enjoy being alone with your own thoughts for days at a time. I'm used to it. Some people would say I've grown numb to the wilderness, but they're wrong. I haven't grown numb. I just learned the rhythm of it, how the wind shifts before a storm, how the woods grow quiet when something's not right. I'm not a storyteller. I don't write memoirs, and I sure as hell don't post on blogs. But I'm writing this down now because what I experienced a few years back along a stretch of the Appalachian Trail in Maine has never left me. It changed how I see the trail, and more than that, it made me realize how little control we really have out here. It was the summer of 2016, just after the ice had finally melted from the higher ridges and the trail started seeing heavy foot traffic again. By then, I was assigned to a sector of the trail in western Maine, just south of Sugarloaf Mountain. Remote country, dense forests of fir and spruce, moss that seems to go ankle deep in places, black flies that come in thick clouds, and valleys where even radio signal doesn't reach. That area is brutal, especially for through hikers who have already been on the trail for months. When they reach Maine, they've crossed nearly 2,000 miles. They're worn thin, both physically and mentally, and this final leg can break people. It's easy to get disoriented, especially if you step off the trail for any reason. On July 23rd, I got the call from Central Dispatch. A female hiker, mid-60s, traveling solo, had failed to meet up with her husband at a designated checkpoint near the Spalding Mountain Lean-To. She'd last been seen near Poplar Ridge Lean-To, around mile 1980 on the trail. Her name was Geraldine Largay. It happens more than you'd think. People miss checkpoints, batteries die, someone gets injured and holds up for a while. Most of the time, they turn up a day or two later, dusty and tired but fine. Still, protocol is protocol. I geared up and headed out to that section. I hiked for hours that first day, moving north along the trail, scanning for anything out of place, disturbed ground, snagged clothing, scuffed moss. Nothing. I signed in at each shelter registry, checked each logbook. Her name was there, listed just 2 days before, cheerful entries about birds she'd seen, how many miles she'd walked. That was the strange part. No sign of distress, no hint of trouble. Over the next week, the search expanded. Dozens of rangers and volunteers, scent dogs, choppers overhead. Nothing. Not a single piece of gear, not a wrapper, not a sock. It was like the trail had swallowed her whole. After the second week, the team thinned out. That's how these things go. Resources can't stay focused forever, even when your gut tells you they should. But I couldn't shake it. Something about this case didn't sit right with me. Geraldine wasn't some city lady playing hiker. She walked all the way from Georgia. You don't do that unless you're tough. The media kept saying she was elderly or inexperienced, but that was garbage. You don't survive that many miles unless you've got discipline and grit. So even after the official search was scaled back, I kept looking. Not officially, not on paper, but every week, I carved out a few hours from my patrol to sweep the off-trail areas in that section. I figured she must have stepped off the trail to use the bathroom or something and just got turned around. It sounds impossible to someone who hasn't been out here, but it's not. In these woods, you can take 10 steps off trail and lose all sense of direction. There are no landmarks. The canopy swallows the sun. The moss absorbs sound. And once you panic, you're done. I started keeping a journal just to keep track of where I'd been. Most days I found nothing. A few old fire rings, some shredded tents from winters past, beer cans from kids partying in the woods. That was it. Then, almost exactly 2 years after she vanished, I found something. It was late September. The leaves were turning, but the undergrowth hadn't thinned yet. I was a mile and a half off the trail, deeper than I usually went. I'd seen a ridge on an old topographic map that I hadn't explored yet. Nothing special, just a slight rise above a ravine. I figured maybe she'd climbed it to try and get her bearings. Halfway up the ridge, I spotted something out of place, a square edge in the underbrush. I pushed aside a tangle of ferns and saw the corner of a mylar blanket, barely visible under a layer of dead leaves. It stopped me cold. I brushed it off slowly. Beneath, it was a collapsed nylon tent, the kind you'd carry solo, lightweight, enough for one person in a backpack. It was flattened, sun-bleached, but intact. Inside were the remains. I've found bodies before, Accidents, hypothermia cases, even suicides, but this one felt different. I knew immediately who it was, even before the forensic team confirmed it. Everything was still there. Backpack, journal, ID. Even her boots, neatly placed beside the collapsed tent door. She'd been less than a mile from the trail. 8/10 if you measured it directly. But she'd wandered just enough into the folds of that terrain to disappear completely. She'd lived for weeks, maybe even longer. The journal she kept was heart-wrenching. I only read part of it, but it was enough. She had documented her days, rationed food, tried to send messages through text even though there was no signal. She marked her location on a note inside the tent, hoping someone would find her. One line read, "When you find my body, please tell my husband I tried." The way she set up camp told me she didn't panic. She followed the rules, stayed put, conserved energy, waited for help. But the forest was too dense, the search radius too wide, and somehow we'd all missed her. I stayed at the site for hours that day. I don't know why. Maybe guilt. Maybe just to be there with her until the recovery team arrived. I walked in slow circles around the clearing, looking at everything she must have seen for days on end. There were no views, no landmarks, just trees and sky and silence. Not a trace of her made it to the trail. That was the cruelest part. She was so close. We extracted her that night, quietly. No press, no fanfare. It was late, nearly dark, and I remember the wind picking up just before we left the ridge. It moved through the pines like a breath. The kind of sound you'd never hear unless you were listening for it. After the report was filed, I requested a week off. Not because of stress or trauma or paperwork. I just needed time to be alone, to process it. In the end, Geraldine Largay didn't die because she was weak or unprepared. She died because the wilderness is merciless and because being strong isn't always enough. You could do everything right and still disappear. Every time I pass that section now, I slow down. I always stop at the clearing, though there's nothing there anymore. No tent, no markers. We don't advertise the site. That's not how she would have wanted to be remembered. But I remember. I think about her every time I see a solo hiker. Every time I take a step off trail to check something in the woods. Every time I lose the trail for even a second. And I think about how easy it is to vanish. The trail gives us so much. Peace, solitude, beauty, but it takes two. It doesn't care who you are or how far you've come. The second you stop paying attention, or even when you do everything right and the odds still turn on you, it takes. And the forest never tells you why. People ask me if I miss being a ranger. I always say yes, but that's not the full truth. I miss the trees, the stillness of the backcountry, the smell of pine in the morning when it feels like the whole forest is still asleep except for you. I miss watching elk at dusk, setting up remote trail cams, and walking fire watch. I miss the quiet, even the dangerous kind. I missed the job before that year. This was about 11 years ago. I had been with the service long enough to stop being the new guy, but not long enough to earn one of the prized assignments near the more popular trails. I got posted to the western edge of a national park that I won't name, in a sector that barely got foot traffic, probably 5 to 10 hikers a month max. Most of those turned back when they saw the steep terrain. The area was rocky, rugged. Old volcanic formations gave it this eerie, jagged look. Huge boulders shaped like crooked teeth. Pines grew wherever they could get a foothold, but much of it was bare, broken stone. The only real path and was a difficult climb over a series of switchbacks on a ridge that ran along a deep gorge. You had to be in decent shape to even reach the campsite, Camp Belridge. It's not there anymore. The site's been closed for years now. You won't find it on the park map. That's not an oversight. Hashtag first week at Belridge. When I first arrived at Belridge, it didn't seem like anything special. A small lean-to made of logs, a food cache up on bare cables, a rough wooden table and benches. It sat right on the edge of the gorge, which gave a beautiful view at sunrise. That first day, I remember sitting on the bench and looking out at the cliffs on the other side, watching the wind sweep through the treetops. It felt peaceful. There wasn't much to do. I was posted there for 3 weeks to monitor trail conditions, log wildlife sightings, and keep an eye on weather instruments. I was alone, but that wasn't new. I liked solitude. I brought books, some journal pages to fill, and a hand crank radio to hear the occasional weather report. The first few days were uneventful. Some heavy wind, a couple deer, a bald eagle over the cliffs. I slept fine. The first odd thing happened on night 5. I had just laid down in my sleeping bag in the lean-to. No tent. I didn't need one. The structure was simple but sturdy, open in the front, logs forming a triangle. I was half asleep when I heard a sound that didn't fit. It started as a low moan, almost like wind through a pipe, but it built into something else. It echoed across the gorge, like it came from the opposite cliff wall. Deep, long, and uneven, like something trying to speak but not quite able to form real sounds. Then it stopped. A few seconds later, another sound answered it, but higher-pitched, shorter, broken into pulses like a siren, starting up then dying out. I lay still. These weren't coyotes, not owls, not anything I'd ever heard out there. The two sounds went back and forth for maybe a minute. Then silence. I sat up. I wasn't panicking, but I was alert. I grabbed my flashlight and scanned the gorge. Nothing. Just trees and shadows. I wrote it off as wind doing weird things with the rock walls. It happens. Sometimes your brain makes patterns out of echoes. I told myself that even though something in my gut stayed uneasy. Hashtag, strange audio recordings. By day 10, the weather started to shift. A low-pressure system moved in, with heavy mist settling in the gorge and along the ridge lines. It gave the whole place a gray, colorless feel. My notes from that day say visibility less than 30 feet, and I remember having to use GPS to follow my own trail markers through the woods. I had set up a small audio recorder near the cliff edge that morning, hoping to catch some early bird calls or howls from across the canyon. What I got instead, when I played it back later that night, chilled me. The recording started as expected. Wind, the soft creak of trees, a few branches falling. Then about 45 minutes in, the low sound from the previous night started up again. Clearer this time. It had a throaty, almost mechanical vibration to it, like metal grating against metal. Again, it was answered by a higher pitch call, something choppy and fast like reversed audio tape. They didn't overlap. One called, the other answered, over and over. Then there was a pause. About 10 seconds of silence. Then the recorder picked up something else. Footsteps. Heavy. One after another. Not running. Not animal-like. Just steps. As if someone was walking right past the device. But the area was clear of human presence that day. I had confirmed that by radio with the other stations. I slept inside the lean-to again that night, but I barely rested. I didn't feel scared exactly. More like watched. Hashtag, a night of destruction. 2 nights later is when everything escalated. I was woken up around 3 a.m. to the sound of crashing. The forest itself sounded like it was being torn apart. I thought it might be a bear at first. There are some large ones in that region, and they'll smash through anything if they smell food. But this wasn't rooting or clawing. It sounded deliberate, like something smashing the table, knocking the food cache down, breaking branches, and throwing rocks. I couldn't see anything from where I was, and I didn't dare move. I lay there, fully awake, muscles locked. The crashing went on for a few minutes, then stopped. Dead silence again. I waited until sunrise. When the light finally came, I stepped out with my bear spray in one hand and my sidearm in the other. I expected to see wreckage, a destroyed lean-to, shredded food bags, broken branches, but there was nothing. The table was still standing. Food cache untouched. No claw marks. No footprints. No disturbed ground. Not a single thing out of place. Even the pine needles lay where they'd been the day before. I've seen bear damage. I've seen cougar tracks. I've even watched storms roll in and knock over trees like matchsticks. But this? It was as if the forest had simulated destruction, but left no trace. It made no sense. That morning I sat on the bench for hours, scanning every inch of forest in front of me. I didn't write anything in my log that day. Hashtag the light. The last straw came 3 days later. It was noon, clear skies, I had just finished lunch, a simple can of beans, and some jerky, and was sitting back against the lean-to wall when I saw something pass through the camp. A white beam. It wasn't a reflection. It wasn't a flashlight. It was about 2 feet long and horizontal, maybe 5 feet off the ground. The closest thing I can compare it to is the glow of a fluorescent bulb, but there was no flicker or tube. It just floated, steady, no noise, no distortion. It drifted from one side of the camp to the other, like a stick being pulled by an invisible string. Then it stopped, hovered for a few seconds, and vanished. Not disappeared into the trees, not faded out. One frame it was there, the next it wasn't, like something cut it out of reality. I didn't move for the rest of the day. I didn't cook dinner. I didn't touch the recorder. I sent a report through the radio that night, asking for reassignment. I used the excuse of possible mental fatigue, which they took seriously. They airlifted me out 2 days later. Hashtag what happened after. I never went back to Belridge. I heard through back channels that the park shut down that sector later that year after multiple strange reports. One hiker described loud machinery deep in the forest when no equipment had ever been hauled in. Another said they lost several hours of time without any sign of passing out or being injured. A pair of researchers posted at Belridge for wildlife survey work requested emergency extraction after 3 nights. Eventually, the park administration pulled the plug. They dismantled the lean-to, pulled the weather stations, and removed the trail signs. That entire region was redesignated as off-limits due to environmental instability. I know they knew more than they admitted. One of my former supervisors told me quietly over drinks a year later that there had been other recordings like mine. Weird shit, he said. Sounds that don't belong in this world. That's all he would say. I still have the audio file. I don't play it anymore, but I keep it. Sometimes when the wind picks up in the mountains and it carries just right, I hear those sounds in the back of my mind. The call and response. That low, impossible groan. That higher reply that seems stitched together out of broken frequencies. People ask me if I miss being a ranger. I do, but I don't miss Belridge. I don't think anyone truly could. I worked as a seasonal park ranger for 3 summers straight, covering a stretch of forest not far from where I grew up. It wasn't one of those massive national parks like Yellowstone or Yosemite. It was smaller, managed by the state, but still big enough that people could get lost in it if they weren't careful. There were hiking trails, fishing spots, old fire roads, even a few forgotten corners, places that weren't on any map anymore. That's the kind of place this was. Not remote exactly, but could feel that way when the sun started going down and the woods grew quiet. I never really thought of the job as dangerous. You'd get the usual. People hiking too far without enough water, the occasional snake bite, a lost dog. Once I helped a kid who got stuck trying to climb up a dry waterfall. That sort of thing. It was mostly peaceful. A lot of walking, a lot of heat in the summer, and a lot of paperwork back in the ranger station. But I liked it. I liked the stillness of the trees and the way the wind moved through them. It felt good being out there, like I was part of something bigger than myself. Until the summer of 2019. That summer, I was stationed at a region we called Sector 6. It included a trail that passed by an old, abandoned mini-putt course that had been swallowed by weeds and moss. Just rusted obstacles and cracked turf now, sitting forgotten about 30 minutes off the main trailhead. Teenagers would sometimes find it and mess around, but no one had tried to fix it up or reclaim it. That trail went deeper into the forest, eventually looping back toward the north lot, near a small elementary school and a quiet neighborhood with houses spread out enough to make you feel alone even when you weren't. It was strange terrain, open and familiar on one end, dense and unsettling on the other. A week or 2 before the 4th of July, we started getting some complaints. They weren't official, just word-of-mouth stuff. One of the other rangers, Alan, told me he'd heard from a local jogger that she thought she'd heard dogs fighting near the downhill part of the trail around dusk. Another guy said he heard screaming, like high-pitched screeching, on that same trail, just past the putting course. But when we checked it out the next morning, we found nothing. No tracks, no scat, nothing disturbed. Just wind and heat. I wasn't one to brush people off, but noises in the woods? That wasn't much to go on. Coyotes, raccoons, owls, even the wind itself could make weird sounds, especially when the air was still and the temperature was just right. Sound travels strangely out there. I didn't think much of it. Not until one night when I was off duty and I decided to walk the trail myself. It was late June and I had a habit of walking after dark. I know that sounds dumb, but I like seeing the forest when it was quiet. I had a flashlight, a flare, bear spray, and my old hiking boots. I told my partner at the station that I was heading out for a short loop, just to trail past the mini putt, then cutting down into a gully before circling back on a side road. He said to be back by midnight. I laughed and told him not to worry. I took the path at around 9:30. It was still light out, but the shadows were getting long. The air had that warm, sticky feel that told you the day was dying. I remember thinking it smelled like pine needles and dust. The first mile or so passed like normal. Birds chirping, insects buzzing, everything feeling alive and calm. I passed a mini putt, kicked a ball-sized rock off the trail, and kept going. The weirdness started when I hit the top of a slope that dropped steeply on one side. On the left was thick forest, dense, black with shade, full of thorns and dead branches. On the right was nothing. The hill went down sharply into open space, and beyond there was just more trees, but far enough away that you could see the gap. It looked like the earth had collapsed inward at some point, and nature hadn't quite fixed it yet. That's when I heard it. Howling, then screeching. Not loud, but enough to make me stop walking. It didn't sound like a coyote. It was higher pitched, almost desperate sounding. And the howling wasn't a pack. It was just one, maybe two, long and stretched out like something calling, not warning. Then came the screeching again. Not an owl, not a bird I knew. I turned off my flashlight and just stood there. Everything else was dead quiet. No rustling, no wind, no bugs. It was like the whole forest had frozen in place. My heart started beating faster, not because I thought I was in danger, but because I didn't know what I was hearing. When you know animals, you can place their sounds. You learn them. This didn't fit. I listened for another minute, but the sound stopped. Just silence. I moved on. About a quarter mile down the trail, I reached a fork. The main path curved left and into the thickest part of the woods. I usually liked this stretch. It had a footbridge, and the trees formed a canopy that made you feel like you were walking through a tunnel. But that night, I stopped short. Something felt wrong. I don't know how else to say it. The air felt tight, like a balloon stretched too far. I felt watched, and not in a paranoid way. I've been alone in the woods at night more times than I can count. But this was different. I turned around, started walking back, slowly. Then, from behind me, I heard that same screeching sound again. Louder now, closer. I didn't run. I didn't want to look like prey. But I walked faster, heart thudding so hard it felt like it might punch through my ribs. When I passed the downhill section again, the one where the sound had come from before, I stopped and looked out over the slope. It was almost fully dark now, but I could make out movement. Shapes, just below the tree line. I thought I saw something rise up, tall and wide, then drop back down. I didn't wait. I walked fast until I hit the side road that led back to the north lot and the edge of the neighborhood. I called my partner on the radio and told him I was heading back. He asked if everything was fine. I said yeah. That was a lie. I didn't sleep well that night. I kept playing the sounds over and over in my head, trying to match them to something. Mountain lion? No, they scream, yeah, but not like that. It wasn't human either. At least I didn't think it was. And that shape I saw could have been a bear, maybe, but it was too low to the ground when it moved. The next day, I went back out. Daylight this time. I went over every inch of that trail. I looked for tracks, fur droppings, anything. I found nothing. The trail was quiet for about a week. Then a group of high school kids came in one afternoon saying they'd gone to see the old putting course the night before and left early because they heard freaking noises. One of them described it as a scream, but not from a person. When I asked them where they heard it, they pointed to the downhill stretch right before the left turn into the forest. Same place. A few days later, I stopped seeing deer along that part of the trail. That was the part that got to me. We had several does that hung around the area, and you'd always see them grazing near the edges or in the meadows. They vanished for about 2 weeks, then came back. But for those 2 weeks, it was like they knew something I didn't. That's when I put in a request to close that trail off after dusk. Not officially, just a little sign I posted at the main trailhead. Trail maintenance beyond this point. Daylight hours only. Most hikers respected it. I stopped doing night walks. The last straw came in early August. I was doing a routine patrol near the school by the north lot when I heard the sound again. Screeching, howling, faint but clear. I walked to the edge of the pavement and looked toward the tree line. Nothing, but it was the same direction, the same part of the woods. Except this time, I wasn't even near the trail. I was a solid mile away, near the elementary school and neighborhood. Still, the sound reached me. That's when I knew something wasn't right with that patch of forest. Not ghosts, not monsters, nothing supernatural. Just something off, something alive. Maybe a predator that didn't belong. Maybe someone letting dangerous animals loose at night. Maybe something territorial that learned the sounds of other animals and was using them. I don't know. I didn't want to know anymore. I asked for reassignment the next summer. I didn't go back to Sector 6. I didn't even go hiking there in my own time. I kept my distance. The memory of those noises still creeps in sometimes when I hear coyotes in the distance. I think about how we always assume the woods are harmless because they're close to town. We think if something was really dangerous out there, we know by now. But nature doesn't owe us warnings. Sometimes it just watches, waits, and lets us wander close enough to feel it watching. That's enough for me. I still work as a ranger, but I don't go back there anymore. I trust the gut feeling now, the one that says don't take that path. Not tonight. And when someone comes into the station saying they heard howling from the trees, I don't laugh. I tell them to stay out of the woods after dark, because some parts of the forest don't want to be seen, and they'll let you know it. It was the end of September when we wrapped up the fuels reduction project in the Mantila Sound National Forest. The leaves were already changing up there, bright yellows and oranges, with the underbrush thinning out just enough that you could see maybe 20 or 30 feet, and if the light hit right. Cold air settled early in those elevations, and at night it got bitter. But during the day, the sun still burned on your back when you were working. I wasn't a ranger. Let's get that clear. I worked for an environmental nonprofit that had a contract with the Forest Service. Our job that month had been to reduce wildfire risk by clearing up dense undergrowth, trimming dead limbs, and removing potential ladder fuels. That meant long days of chainsaw work, hauling brush, sweating through canvas pants and saw chaps, and trying not to twist an ankle every time you stepped over a stump or slick log. We were based about 10 miles down a narrow ATV trail that wound its way deep into the forest. The trail itself was only accessible after driving up this long, steep switchback road that zigzagged straight up the side of a mountain. It was the kind of road where you had to put your truck in low gear and keep both hands on the wheel. No cell service, no rescue if you flipped it or slid off. Just trees and rocks and whatever weighted down in the valley. We had a month-long contract, and we were coming to the end of it. That day, the last day, most of the Park Service partners have been running loads of tools, water jugs, and gas cans back up to the trucks all afternoon. The plan was to clean up camp, double-check the fire lines, and get out before nightfall. One of the guys helping us out was this massive dude named Hank, or at least everyone called him that. I don't even know if it was short for something. He was a beast of a man. 6'5" easy, probably 260, built like he was made to wrestle bears. I always joked that the trees fell faster when he walked past them. His hair was ginger but darker, more like oxidized metal. Rusty, sun-bleached in places. He was quiet but solid. Never slowed down, never complained, just picked up log after log like they were twigs. A guy like that, you trusted him in the woods. And I'd spent most of the past month working side by side. I ran the saw, and he followed behind, clearing the slash and loading onto the piles. That kind of work builds a rhythm between people, even if you're not talking much. Just motion, sound, breath. I was thankful for that kind of help. Cutting without a solid swan partner wears you down fast. That afternoon, we wrapped up a little ahead of schedule. Most of the gear had already been taken up the trail, and a few of the others were still loading up the last of the tools. I decided I'd start hiking out. It was stupid, I'll admit that now. Going out alone isn't smart in terrain like that, but I like to push myself physically. Hiking hard uphill was a way to stay sharp. And besides, I figured I wasn't more than 15 minutes ahead of the rest of the crew. The ATV trail wasn't wide, just a dirt rut, really. Maybe 4 feet across, rutted deep in places from water runoff and tire tread. Tall grass and brush lined the edges, and in some parts, thick foliage crept close. The woods were dense on either side, but especially to the left, where a steep drop-off led down to a drainage creek below. That slope was practically vertical in places, filled with scrub oak, aspen, and tangled firs. You couldn't climb it, and whatever was down there wasn't coming up without serious effort. I was about 3/4 of a mile in, making good pace when I hit this long bend in the trail. The switchback road still lay ahead, but I could see it through the trees on the far ridge, serpentine and steep as ever. The sun was getting lower behind the peaks, throwing everything in the valley into shadow. That's when I heard the rustling. It wasn't the kind of sound you hear from birds hopping in the brush or a squirrel bolting. It was heavy, leaves and branches moving in layers. I stopped walking and turned slightly to my left, where the vegetation rose thick and high along the trail's edge. From where I stood, I couldn't see through it, just a wall of tangled limbs, maybe 8 feet tall with only a few scattered gaps. I leaned forward, scanning between the leaves, and saw something I almost recognized. Hair. It looked like the top of someone's head. Not close, not sharp, but visible enough through the gaps. Just the crown of what seemed like messy, reddish hair. Not bright red, not orange. Deeper, like rusted wire. Thick and matted. I thought maybe Hank had looped around and was coming up from the drainage. Maybe he'd taken a shortcut back to the trail. But that didn't make sense. There was no way through that slope. It was nearly vertical and covered in debris. Plus, nobody went down there. Too steep to work safely, too remote to be worth it. I blinked, trying to focus, and the shape shifted. It moved. Slowly. The hair wasn't just a head. There was more to it, shoulders, a back, limbs maybe. All of it covered in the same thick hair, darker in some places, tangled and uneven. It wasn't wearing a backpack. No helmet, no gear. Just a mass of fur. The figure was massive. Bigger than Hank. Wider. Tailleur. It took a step. Not fast, not loud. Just one slow, deliberate movement forward. Not on 4 legs, too. Upright. Balanced. I saw one leg shift forward, long and powerful, almost human in posture, but wrong somehow. Too fluid. Too quiet. That was all I needed. I didn't stick around. I didn't try to figure it out. I just turned and ran. My boots hit the trail hard, kicking up dust and stones. My pack bounced against my back, and my heart slammed in my chest like it was trying to break out. The air was thin and the trail pitched uphill, but I didn't stop. I ran until my legs screamed, until I thought I'd throw up, until my lungs felt like paper. When I hit the switchbacks, I didn't slow down. I clawed my way up those steep, rutted curves, slipping on loose rock and grabbing at brush to stay upright. My thighs burned, my shoulders ached from the pack, but I didn't look back once. I didn't want to know if it had followed. By the time I reached the top where the trucks were parked, I was gasping, soaked in sweat, covered in grit and bark. The clearing was empty. No engines running. No voices. Just the still air and my own breathing. I crawled into one of the gear trailers and pulled the door half closed, crouched inside between boxes of fuel mix and bundles of flagging tape. I sat there for who knows how long, trying to calm down, telling myself it was nothing. Maybe it was Hank. Maybe he had found a way up through the drainage. Maybe the light had tricked me. Maybe it was an elk. A big one. Early rut season sometimes makes them wander into odd spots. I repeated that over and over in my head. But I'd seen elk before. Plenty of times. Elk don't walk upright. When the rest of the crew showed up, 30 minutes later, maybe, I acted like nothing was wrong. We loaded up, cracked a few warm sodas from the cooler, talked about the drive back to town. I asked casually if anyone had seen anything on the trail. Nobody had. They looked at me like I was tired, like maybe I was just ready to be done with the job. I didn't mention it again. Weeks passed. We finished the final paperwork, processed the data, filed reports. Life moved on, but I kept seeing that shape through the trees in my mind. The way it moved, the way the hair shifted across its body. Not fast, not clumsy. Careful. quiet. I looked up maps of the area later, trying to rationalize it. That slope next to the trail ran down nearly 200 feet before leveling out near a dry creek bed. Too steep for elk, I kept telling myself. But maybe not impossible. Maybe I just misread it. Maybe it was a bear. Black bears sometimes stand. But even that felt wrong. I knew every inch of that work site. I'd been there every day for a month, sweating in the brush, cutting, hauling, watching. I knew what lived there. I knew what didn't. I never went back to that section of Manta La Sal. Other projects came up, other forests. But every time I found myself alone on a trail, I thought about that moment, about the rustle, the flash of hair, the single step forward. I didn't see a face. I didn't hear a sound, just a movement. But it was enough. Enough to know I wasn't alone. And maybe the scariest part wasn't what I saw. It was what didn't happen. It didn't chase me. It didn't roar. It didn't even move fast. It watched. It stepped. That's all. Like it knew exactly how much to show me. Like it had done this before. I've worked as a park ranger for nearly 18 years. I started out west, bounced around a few states, and ended up in New Jersey. Most people don't realize how much wilderness there is here. They think it's all suburbs, shopping centers, and shore towns. But the woods here are thick, older than most of the country, and weird in a way I still can't fully explain. This happened about 7 years ago, sometime in late October. The leaves were turning, traffic through the park had dropped off, and we were getting ready to shut down the seasonal campsites and pull back some of the patrol routes until spring. I was the night shift ranger for the western edge of the forest, which included a few rural roads that cut through the woods. Those back roads were mostly used by locals and the occasional trucker or lost traveler. That night, I'd been called out to check on an empty vehicle that had been parked near a trailhead for 2 days. It wasn't unusual, especially during hunting season, but it was standard procedure to take a look. I made it up there around 7:30 p.m., just after sunset, and found the car still there, untouched. I noted the plate, snapped a few photos, checked the nearby woods for any signs of trouble, but everything looked fine. Just a cold, quiet evening. I radioed in, logged it, and started back down the road toward Route 78. That stretch was mostly unpaved, winding, and rough. Locals called it Hollow Road, and it ran about 5 miles before reconnecting with the main highway. There were no houses, no streetlights, nothing but trees pressing close from both sides and the occasional small clearing full of low grass and brush. It was the kind of night where you could drive with your headlights off and still see fine. The moon was high, big, and clear. Everything was lit up in silver. I had the windows cracked a bit for the cool air. It was peaceful in the way the woods only are when nobody else is around. No traffic, no planes, just you and the trees. About 2 miles down Hollow Road, I noticed something strange. There were no other cars. Not parked, not moving. No animals either, which was odd. Normally I'd see a raccoon or possum darting across the road. Maybe a deer hanging near the edge of the trees. But that night it was dead quiet. My headlights swept over nothing but empty road and still woods. I chalked it up to the cold. Maybe things were bedding down early. I slowed to about 25 miles an hour. There was a sharp curve coming up, and the gravel could get slick when the frost set in. I was coming out of the bend when I saw the eyes. They were low to the ground, maybe a foot up, and reflecting yellow in my headlights, 2 dots on the right shoulder of the road. I tapped the brakes and eased to a crawl. At first, I thought it was a cat or maybe a fox. The body was small, hunched, and furry, but as my truck crept closer, the thing moved. And that's when I knew something wasn't right. It didn't scurry like a raccoon or dart off like a rabbit. It hopped, like a frog or a kangaroo, but it was way too small for that. The motion was stiff, unnatural, like it wasn't used to moving that way. It bounced once, then twice, then broke into a weird run. And then it spread its wings. I slammed on the brakes. My lights caught the full span of them. Easily 5 feet across, thin and leathery like a bat's, but the body was all wrong. It was furry, grayish-brown, and maybe 2 feet long. The thing didn't flap hard like a bird either. It just lifted, glided low across the road, and vanished into the woods. I sat there, engine running, staring at the spot where it disappeared. I've spent most of my life outdoors. I've seen just about every animal native to this part of the country. That wasn't a bird. It wasn't an owl. It wasn't a bat. And it sure as hell wasn't anything I'd seen before. But I also knew that the mind can play tricks, especially in the dark, especially when you're alone. So I did what rangers do. I wrote it off as an owl with a rabbit caught in the act of taking off. Made a mental note to check the area during daylight and kept driving. But my hand stayed tight on the wheel, and I kept looking in the mirrors every couple of seconds. The rest of the drive was quiet. I got back to the station, logged my patrol, and tried to forget about it. I didn't mention it to the other rangers. No point. No one wants to be the guy who saw something on a night patrol. We all hear those kinds of stories from campers and hikers. Strange shadows, weird howls, tall figures in the woods. And most of them are just imagination or alcohol doing its work. But something about that night stuck with me. Over the next few days, I kept thinking about that road, that stretch of woods. I pulled maps, checked old reports. Nothing unusual turned up. Then, about a week later, I got called to respond to a complaint from a local farmer whose land butted up to the far end of Hollow Road. One of his dogs had gone missing overnight, and he said he'd found strange prints near the edge of his property. He showed me the tracks. I knelt down and studied them. They looked like bird tracks, 3 toes clawed, but larger than normal. Maybe a big turkey or a vulture. But the spacing was wide. Too wide. Like whatever it was had long legs or was jumping. Again, I made my report, took pictures, and filed it away. But it didn't sit right. That was the start of it. In the weeks that followed, I started noticing little things. More missing pets reported in the area. Weird tracks. Scratches on trees that didn't match deer rubs or bear claws. A couple of campers swore they heard something large moving through their sight at night. When they shined a flashlight, they caught a glimpse of something tall and fast before it vanished into the brush. Still, none of it was solid enough to act on. No clear photos. No real danger. Just strangeness. The kind you learn to live with when you work alone in the woods. But then one night, everything changed. It was mid-November, cold and windy. I've been running the South Perimeter Loop, checking gates and trail markers. Hollow Road was part of my route again. By this time, I avoided that stretch whenever I could, but that night it was on the checklist. I turned onto it around 11:30 p.m., headlights cutting through the thick dark. I hadn't even gone a quarter mile when my radio crackled. It was dispatch. They said they'd gotten a distress call, a garbled 911 from someone who claimed they were lost in the woods near Hollow Road. The line cut out before they could trace it. They asked if I could investigate. I pulled over and grabbed my flashlight. My heart was already beating faster than it should have. I wasn't superstitious, but something about that area made my skin crawl. I hiked in maybe 100 yards from the road, sweeping my light left to right. The forest was dense, mostly oaks and hickories. Dry leaves crunched under my boots, and the wind rattled the branches above. No sign of anyone. Then I heard it. A thump. Not a twig snap or an animal rustle. This was heavier. Like something landed. I spun around, shined my light, and caught a glimpse of movement high up in the trees. I raised the beam just in time to see something glide between the branches. Silent. Wide. Too big for a bird. Way too big. I backed up. My gut told me to get out. I radioed in, said I found nothing, and returned to the truck. I didn't stop again that night. I finished my route fast and went home. I didn't sleep well for the next week. After that, I requested a transfer. Not out of fear, not really. I just felt like I'd overstayed my welcome in that patch of woods. Like I'd seen something I wasn't supposed to see. I still patrolled other parts of the park, but I stayed away from Hollow Road. Years passed. New rangers came in, and I never told them what I saw. But every once in a while, I'd hear whispers, stories from locals about the gliding thing, or someone seeing eyes in the trees. Never a full sighting, just enough to make you wonder. I don't think it was anything supernatural. No Jersey devil, no monster. Maybe it was just a freak animal, some mutated owl or bat, or maybe a species we haven't classified yet. The woods are old. They hide things well. But even now, whenever I drive at night and the road is empty, I catch myself watching the tree line. I look for eyes, for movement, for wings. I haven't seen it again. Maybe I never will, but I know what I saw, and I'll never forget the way it moved. how it glided across the road and vanished without a sound. Whatever it was, it's still out there, and I'll never drive Hollow Road again after dark. I've been camping since I was in diapers. My family's done it longer. That same park, same mountains, same trees, same old trails. You could say I grew up between those pine trunks and riverbeds. My grandparents started coming there in the 50s. My parents followed. Then I was born, and every summer, without fail, we'd go back. By the time I was 10, I could build a fire without matches, pitch a tent blindfolded, and tell time by where the shadows landed across the old stump near Site 24. It wasn't just nature to us, it was tradition, routine, and something deeper I don't think we ever tried to explain. But that one trip when I was 10, it stuck with me. For all the wrong reasons. We were camped at the usual place, just a stone's throw from the creek that curls behind the campground and loops back around near the East Ridge. The sound of water flowing over smooth stone has always been my lullaby. That year was no different. What was different were the dreams. They started the very first night. I was lying in my sleeping bag, listening to the chirp of crickets and distant rush of water. And then I was out. But instead of the normal jumble of random images or forgotten fragments, I had the same dream. Every detail burned into me like a memory. I was on a trail I'd hiked 100 times. The path curved slightly left at a spot with a flat boulder that sat low, almost like a bench. A cedar tree leaned in from the right, its limbs almost brushing my shoulder. Then I saw it, a dark gap in the hillside just behind the bend. A cave mouth. Not huge, not dramatic, but just wide enough for a person to squeeze through. There was no fear in the dream. Just me standing there, staring at it. The air felt colder at that spot. I could feel it in the dream, the drop in temperature. I'd wake up the second I took a step toward the cave. It happened again the next night. Same exact dream. Same spot. Same cave. Same cold breath of air. Every single night of that week-long trip. I didn't say anything for the first few days. At 10, I thought maybe it was just my imagination, or that I was remembering a spot from some hike and twisting in my sleep. But after 5 nights, it got too weird to ignore. I asked my parents first. Nothing. My dad thought I was confusing it with an old rock overhang near the South Trail Loop. I knew I wasn't. I asked my older brother. He brushed me off. Then I asked my uncle, who had hiked every corner of that mountain over the decades. He raised an eyebrow and thought about it, but then shook his head. No caves out there, he said. I'll let it go after that. But it bothered me. The dream never changed. It never faded. I remember the rocks, the trees, the exact curve of the trail. 12 years went by. I kept camping there. Year after year, we'd come back, usually in July. The dreams never returned, but the memories stuck around like a splinter under the skin. I never saw that spot in real life, not the way it was in my dream. Then when I was 22, I was hiking solo along that same trail from the dream. It was late afternoon. I wasn't looking for anything in particular, just walking. I rounded the familiar bend, the flat rock, the cedar tree leaning in just so, and I stopped dead in my tracks. The hillside looked disturbed, like it had been shoveled or dug out at some point in the past. The ground was uneven, with crushed stone and patches where grass refused to grow. And right at the base of the slope, where the cave should have been, the earth looked packed and unnatural. It had a different color, lighter, almost like it had been filled in. I crouched down and ran my hand across the dirt. It wasn't loose like normal hillside soil. It was dense and pressed tight. You'd never notice it unless you were looking. I stood there for a long time, feeling the same cold air I remembered from the dream. It was cooler there, not by much, but enough to feel it against the sweat on my neck. When I got back to camp, I made an excuse to drive out to the ranger station. Just said I needed to grab a trail map. That wasn't why I went. Inside the station was a big bulletin board with faded photos of wildlife, weather warnings, and an old map of the park. I was looking at it, not really expecting to find anything, when one of the rangers walked in from the back room. Older guy, maybe late 50s. Gray stubble, ball cap, sharp eyes. He saw me staring at the map. "You looking for something?" he asked. I told him no at first. Just browsing. But then I changed my mind. I told him about the trail, the bend, the rock, the cedar tree, and the cave. He didn't answer right away. He just looked at me hard, like he was trying to decide something. Then he sighed. Yeah, there was one. I felt goosebumps crawl up my arms. He said about 12 years before, there had been a small cave off that trail. Just like I dreamed. Bears had started using it as a den, too close to the campground. People reported sightings. One even had a run-in with a black bear near the trailhead. No one got hurt, but it was a close call. The park decided to collapse it. They brought in a crew, leveled what they could, and filled in the rest. No signs, no reports, no talk. They didn't want folks digging around or trying to explore it. Liability reasons. He said only the older rangers even knew about it now. Nothing was in the literature. It was scrubbed clean. I told him I had dreamed about it every night the week we camped there 12 years ago. He didn't smile, didn't call me crazy, just nodded once and said, some things stick even when they shouldn't. I didn't sleep that night. Over the years, I thought about that dream more times than I can count. It never came back, never happened again. But every time I hike that trail, I stop at the bend. I kneel down and feel the earth where the entrance used to be. I don't dig. I don't test it. I just sit there and listen to the wind move through the pines. I've never been someone who believes in the supernatural. I don't go around telling ghost stories or chasing things in the woods. But I believe the mountain told me something that summer when I was 10. I don't know why. Maybe it saw how much we loved that place. Maybe it knew we were part of it. In the same way it was part of us. That spot feels different now. Not in a spooky way. Just heavier. Like it remembers. The older I get, the more I believe we're connected to certain places, the way roots are tied into the earth. I think some of us are just wired that way. We don't own the land. But maybe, just maybe, it lets us in, if only for a while. And maybe, if you're quiet enough, still enough, and respectful enough, it whispers back. That cave wasn't supposed to exist anymore, but it did, at least in a 10-year-old's dreams. And now, it lives in my memory, sealed under stone and soil, like a secret the mountain chose to share just once. I still camp there every summer. Same trail, same bend, same flat rock. And every time I pass it, I stop, I breathe in deep, and I listen. I worked as a backcountry ranger in Glacier National Park for about 6 years. The northern stretches of Montana are some of the most beautiful terrain you'll ever lay eyes on, but they can be damn unforgiving, especially once the sun goes down. People romanticize national parks a lot. Wide open skies, trails lined with evergreens, snow-capped peaks, but they don't always understand the risk that comes with all that beauty. Out there, in the dark, nature doesn't give a damn about your plans. This happened about 4 years ago, sometime in mid-September, just as the summer traffic was thinning out. That's when the air starts getting sharp at night, when the days start shrinking fast and fewer hikers are out poking around the park. It's also when the grizzlies get bold, working hard to pack on weight before the winter. I remember the day clearly because earlier that morning I'd been on the radio about a young grizzly pushing into the northern edge of one of the less traveled trails, getting too close to the main post. Around 3 a.m. I was half asleep in my bunk at the outpost. I've been working with a new guy, Josh. He was maybe a month into the job, green but smart, real squared away. We had one of the quieter posts, about 12 miles from the nearest staffed ranger station. It was nothing more than a wooden cabin with a radio, bunks, a fuel generator, and just enough supplies to last a week if we got snowed in or stuck. Middle of nowhere stuff. That night, we got a call on the radio from the station. Short and clipped. Just said they got an SOS beacon signal pinging off a registered hiker's SAT device near Split Tooth Ridge, about 3 miles out. It wasn't that far as the crow flies, but the terrain was rough, sharp broken ground, slippery scree fields, and thick brush patches all over. No trails ran directly through it, and at night, it was especially dangerous. We were told the beacon had activated, then cut off. No additional signals. No follow-up. Josh and I suited up. We didn't waste time. We knew every minute counted when someone was hurt or lost out here. We packed first aid, headlamps, radios, bear spray, sidearms, extra batteries, flare sticks, water, the works. Weather was clear, no fog, no rain. Cold as hell, but dry. That made things easier. Still, it was pitch black. Moonlight helped a little, but we were relying on our headlamps for most of the hike. About 30 minutes into the hike, my stomach started to feel off. It wasn't something I could explain, just this gut feeling like we were walking into something we shouldn't be. I've learned to trust that feeling. In the backcountry, it saved my ass more than once. The only sounds are the crunch of our boots on gravel and the occasional rustle from the trees. Probably wind, maybe elk. You learn to ignore most forest noises, but that night everything felt just a bit sharper. Like even the forest was holding its breath. Around a 35-minute mark, something changed. We were coming up a narrow draw. 2 steep walls on either side, loose rock underfoot, and maybe 10 minutes out from the GPS coordinates when I heard it. A baby, crying. Not just a noise. Not just some rustling that sounded kind of like a baby. No, it was unmistakable. High-pitched, sharp, and desperate. A full-blown infant's cry, echoing faintly but clearly from up ahead. I froze. The sound cut right through me. Josh heard it too. I saw him glance toward me, his face lit by the LED beam of his headlamp. I didn't say a word. I just started moving faster. My instincts were clashing. Half of me wanted to run to the sound, the other half wanted to turn around and get the hell out of there. In theory, you don't leave a call once you're dispatched. In practice, if something feels wrong enough, you trust your gut. Still, at that point, we pushed forward. The crying grew louder. I started yelling out, half to scare off any predators, half hoping someone would yell back. Nothing, just a crying. That same cry. Then something clicked in my head. I'd heard that cry before. Not the idea of it, not just a baby crying. I mean that exact same cry. Same pitch, same timing between gasps, same wheezing inhale, over and over. It was a loop. I stopped walking. I stood dead still in the dark and listened. I focused on it, and the longer I stood there, the more I realized how unnatural it was. There were no variations in the sobs, no stutters, no shifting of the sound's direction like you'd get from something moving or turning its head. Just the same exact audio clip played over and over again. I turned to Josh and saw his face go pale. I didn't have to say anything. He heard it too. I saw his mouth tighten as he stared down the path, like he was trying to rationalize it, but there was nothing to rationalize. This wasn't right. My adrenaline spiked so fast it made my arms tingle. I felt this intense pressure in my chest, like something invisible was pushing back at us. I pulled Josh off the trail and motioned for him to kill his light. We crouched low behind a boulder and sat there in complete darkness, just listening. The crying kept going, perfectly spaced, looping. It wasn't getting closer, but it wasn't fading either. It just echoed, bouncing off the rock faces, never changing. That's when I realized there was something even worse. There were no animal sounds anymore. None. No owls, no night birds, no bugs. The forest had gone dead silent. When that happens out here, it usually means a predator's nearby. Sometimes it's a bear. Sometimes it's a big cat. Whatever it was close and it wasn't moving. It was waiting. I made the call. We weren't going any further. I've been in some messed up situations before, crevasse rescues, bear attacks, drownings, but this was something else. I didn't know what we were walking toward, and I wasn't about to gamble both our lives on a signal that hadn't repeated and a baby cry that didn't belong. We started backing out. Slow, controlled, lights off, guns holstered but within reach. After about 10 minutes of backtracking, we turned our lights back on and moved faster. We didn't say a word to each other, just kept walking, listening for any sound behind us. But the crying had stopped. It stopped the second we turned back. Not faded, just gone, like a switch had been flipped. We got back to the outpost around 4:45 a.m., completely on edge. We called the main station and told them what happened, that we didn't find anyone and the SOS hadn't repeated. They logged it, but there wasn't much they could do without a confirmed emergency. We were told to stand by and get some rest. That was it. No other calls came in that night. No more signals. Nothing. We checked in the next morning and again that evening. Still nothing. The hiker registry for that area showed no one scheduled to be in that sector. The nearest registered campers were a 6-hour hike away, in the opposite direction. No missing persons reports either. Just that one signal. And the cry. We reported everything, officially and unofficially. Wrote up a full incident report. I made sure to include the looping cry in detail. Not because I expected them to do anything about it, but because I needed it documented. Josh submitted his own version, same as mine. For weeks I kept checking the database for follow-ups. Nothing. No one came forward. The beacon never pinged again. It was never found. It was like it never happened. But know what I heard. I know what we both heard. Here's the part that still eats at me. About 2 weeks later, I was talking to a guy from the dispatch center. He said something strange in passing. Told me we weren't the first team to report weird audio on that ridge. Said a pair of trail techs swore they heard music playing in the woods up there during a maintenance hike. Like full-on guitar music. Same story, looped. Perfectly clean. No source. They booked it out fast and never talked about it again. Since then, I've had a few more nights out in the backcountry. Plenty of strange things happen in these woods. Odd sounds, weird tracks, abandoned camps, but nothing like that. I don't have an explanation. I don't pretend to. Maybe it was someone screwing with us. Maybe some lunatic rigged up a speaker system and a signal repeater for no reason. But that doesn't explain the dead forest, or how fast it stopped once we left, or why no one ever claimed that SOS beacon. Josh left the Park Service a year later. Took a job in Arizona. Said the mountains up here were too cold for him, but I knew the real reason. That night spooked him bad. Probably the worst thing you can feel as a ranger is that you're not the one in control out there. That you don't belong. I stayed on for a couple more years. Still go back sometimes. But I've never hiked Split Tooth Ridge again. Not alone. Not at night. I still don't know what was out there. But I know this. We were being lured. And whatever was behind that sound, it knew exactly what it was doing. I wasn't a park ranger when it happened. I was just someone who loved being outdoors. Always have been. I've hiked most of the Rockies from Montana down through New Mexico and spent more nights in the backcountry than I can count. Back then, I was living in Idaho and working construction, but every other weekend, I'd take off into the wilderness with my gear and a friend or two. We weren't thrill seekers or anything. We just liked the quiet, liked having space around us. That weekend, it was me and my friend Marcus. We had a tradition of finding off-trail spots to set up camp. Nothing illegal, just far enough away from the usual camping areas that we could feel like the only people on Earth. This time we picked Ridgeback Mountain. It wasn't in a national park or anything official. It was just part of a long spine of hills and ridges that curved out over Forest Service land, scattered with old mining trails and logging roads, most of them abandoned. We drove up a dirt road that had clearly been torn up by snowmelt in the spring, deep ruts, big rocks, patches of grass growing in the tire lines. We parked just short of a washed-out culvert and hiked the rest of the way up, maybe 3 miles. It was steep, but not punishing. At the top of the ridge, we found a flat spot under some tall pines. You could see out over a wide swath of valley down below, with a lake glinting silver through the trees. We built a fire, boiled some water, and set up our tents. It was late summer. You could still feel the warmth in the ground from the day, but the air had a bite to it once the sun dropped. I remember sitting there by the fire, poking at the coals with a stick, talking about nothing important, just the kind of easy conversation that flows when you've known someone for over a decade. It must have been close to 10 p.m. when I heard it. Just a faint sound at first. I thought maybe I was imagining it. The way your ears play tricks on you when the fire's crackling and there's no other noise around. But then it came again, a woman's voice. Not talking, singing. I didn't say anything at first. I thought maybe it was in my head or some kind of weird echo from miles away. But it didn't stop. I remember turning my head slightly, holding still, and just listening. The melody was, I don't know how to describe it. Slow, drawn out, kind of mournful. It didn't sound like any song I'd ever heard. And the language wasn't English. It sounded older, like something ancient. I couldn't place it. Eventually, I told Marcus to shut up. He stopped mid-sentence and looked at me, and I could see the change in his face as he started hearing it too. We both sat there just listening. The voice was distant but clear, like it was traveling through the trees from far off. It wasn't loud, but it was steady. We couldn't tell how far away it was, or if it was coming from above or below us. Just a woman's voice floating through the forest, singing something we couldn't understand. We didn't say anything after that. Just let the fire burn down and sat in silence, listening. Eventually, the voice faded out. Maybe it stopped. Maybe the wind changed. Either way, we didn't hear it again. We went to sleep around midnight, both of us on edge, but not wanting to admit it. The next morning, I took some pictures of the site. Tent, fire pit, view of the valley, basic stuff I usually post online after a good trip. Nothing weird happened the rest of the night or the next morning. We packed up, hiked down, and drove back into town. I didn't even think much of the singing again until a week later when I uploaded the photos to Facebook. A guy I knew named Chris commented on them. Someone I hadn't talked to in a while, but used to hang out with when we were younger. He asked me if that was Ridgeback Mountain in the photos. I said yeah. Then he asked, "Did you hear anything weird while you were up there?" That stopped me cold. I replied, "Why do you ask?" What he told me next chilled me more than anything that had happened out there. He said he'd been up that same mountain the month before, camping with another friend of ours and his dog. They were maybe half a mile from where Marcus and I had camped. It was dark, and they had a small fire going. He said they heard someone crying, sounded like a woman, coming down the old road that cuts near the site. Not sobbing, exactly, just this low, steady weeping like someone in pain or mourning. They called out, tried to offer help. No response. The crying just stopped, dead quiet, as soon as they spoke up. They waited a few minutes, then decided to walk over to the road and check it out. When they got there, no one was around. No footprints. No movement. The air was completely still. They headed back to their camp, and that's when they found the dog, lying next to the fire, twitching violently. Its legs were kicking like it was running in place, but its eyes were rolled back, and it was foaming at the mouth. They panicked, threw water on the fire, grabbed the dog, and jumped in the truck. He said the dog went limp halfway down the mountain, completely lifeless. He thought it died in his arms. But then, just before they hit the bottom of the valley, the dog suddenly woke up like flipping a switch. It sat up and started panting, tail wagging, completely normal. When Chris finished telling me that, I just sat there staring at the screen. I could feel my palms start sweating. My heart was pounding, because the direction he said they heard the crying from was exactly where Marcus and I had heard the singing. Exactly. Same part of the ridge. Same trail. Same slope. I messaged Chris privately. We talked more. He swore up and down he wasn't making it up. I could tell he was still shaken by it. Said the dog was never quite the same afterward. Jumpy, nervous around firelight. Wouldn't go near the truck for months. A few weeks later, I convinced Chris to drive up there with me during the day. We took the same road as before, parked at the same spot, and hiked up to where both our camps had been. It was eerie being back up there. Nothing looked different, but the place felt off. Too quiet. Even the birds were silent. He showed me the old road where they'd heard the crying. We followed it for maybe 100 yards and came to a place where the trees opened up slightly. There were big rocks scattered around, some old mossy stumps, and in one spot, what looked like a collapsed foundation, just a few square stones half sunk into the earth. No sign, no marker, nothing to say what it had been. I took a few pictures, but didn't post those. Back at home, I started digging. Not into ghost stories or anything like that. Just old records, land surveys, history files, anything I could find on that part of the mountain. Turns out that section of Ridgeback had a small settlement back in the early 1900s. Logging mostly. A few families, nothing big. There was a chapel, a one-room schoolhouse, and a general store. The whole place burned down in 1936. No one rebuilt it. I found one article, just a snippet in an old newspaper, that mentioned the fire. It said most of the town made it out, except for one family who was never found. A mother and her 2 daughters. No names. No follow-up. Just that. Now, I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in curses or evil spirits or any of that. But I do believe that our brains are tuned to pick up patterns, to feel tension, to recognize when something isn't right. Whether it was sound bouncing off the hills weird, or some kind of gas leak from old mining shafts, or even just an intense shared hallucination from sleep deprivation or stress, I don't know. What I do know is that I've camped in some of the most remote and wild places in North America, and nothing has ever gotten under my skin like that night on Ridgeback. I've never been back. Marcus hasn't either. We still talk about it sometimes, in that way people do when they're trying not to give too much weight to something that bothered them. Chris moved out of state a year later. Said he didn't like being near those mountains anymore. Some nights, especially when I'm out camping alone, I'll think about that song, the way it cut through the trees like it had a destination. I'll think about that dog going limp and the silence that followed the crying, and how sometimes a place holds on to more than just memories. I don't tell that story often, not because I'm scared of what people will think, but because I don't want to give it more life than it already has. I try to tell myself there's a rational explanation, some trick of sound, some natural phenomenon, some overlapping of old trauma and modern minds. But still, every time I hear someone humming a tune I don't recognize, something tightens in my chest. And I remember that night, sitting by the fire, and hearing a woman's voice carrying through the forest in a language I didn't know, from a place no one should have been. And I listened. I've worked as a park ranger for over 15 years. Most of that time I've been stationed in the Appalachian foothills in a state park that covers almost 120,000 acres of heavily forested land. Thick woods, old growth pine, deep ravines, narrow ridgelines, and spots where the tree canopy blocks out nearly all the sunlight, even in the middle of the day. If you've ever been out there alone, you know how fast the woods can turn on you. One minute you're walking a trail, and the next you've lost the path. The sun's disappeared behind the hills, and every direction starts to look the same. I never used to get nervous being out in the woods by myself. In fact, I prefer it that way. I did my best work alone, off-trail navigation, backcountry patrols, search and rescue. I'd even volunteered a few times to help military units when they did joint exercises in the area. Most of the time, they didn't need much from us. A lot of those guys grew up in rougher country than this. But every now and then, they asked us to help clear trails or mark off-limit zones before drill. I liked helping them out. They were always polite, focused, squared away. But one of those exercises about 7 years back now still sticks with me. And no matter how many times I've tried to explain it to myself, it never settles right in my mind. I wasn't even part of the military op directly, just doing my usual ranger rounds posted on the South Ridge Station. But what I saw that week and what I later found out has stayed with me every time I step off the marked trails. It was mid-September, right when the air starts to turn crisp in the evenings and the squirrels start getting a little louder in the underbrush. A Marine unit was running a 5-day navigation and survival drill through the southern end of the park, restricted to the forest area east of Crooked Ridge and south of Logan Hollow. That whole section's known for being easy to get turned around in. Lots of old game trails, deep cuts in the land from erosion, and dry stream beds. Even experienced hikers have trouble keeping their bearings. That week, my job was to monitor the southern perimeter. I camped out near a narrow service road and patrolled the area twice a day, once at dawn and once before sundown. My only real duty was making sure no civilians wandered into the training zone and keeping an ear open for emergency calls. There were a couple of other rangers posted in different sections, and the Marines had their own internal check-ins and GPS beacons. At least, that's how it was supposed to work. On the 4th day of the exercise, I started my morning patrol around 6:30 a.m. It had rained lightly overnight. The ground was soft, and the clouds were still low and thick over the hills. I had a thermos of black coffee clipped to my belt and a radio on my shoulder. I was about halfway through my loop, heading north along the bottom of a ravine that ran parallel to Black Bear Creek, when I saw the first set of tracks. They were boot prints, big ones, heavy treads, military style. Not unusual by themselves. There were probably 30 guys in the unit moving through this area, but these ones had an odd pattern. They weren't on the trail. They came down one of the steeper slopes on my right and stopped about 20 feet before the creek. Then nothing. No prints on the other side. No sign they doubled back. The ground wasn't rocky. It was soft enough that even squirrels left prints in it. So if the guy kept moving, he should have left some trace. I stood there for a minute, tried to figure out what I was looking at. Then I chalked it up to runoff from the rain or a half-dried animal print. I moved on. That evening, around 5:15 p.m., just before sundown, I got a call on my radio. It was one of the Marine supervisors. They were missing a man. Said he'd gotten separated from his unit during a navigation segment and hadn't checked in at the last beacon. They didn't sound too panicked. These things happen from time to time. Usually, the guy turned up within a couple hours, covered in mud and half embarrassed. Still, protocol was protocol. I let the other rangers know, then started circling back through my patrol zone, checking the low spots and natural choke points. I figured if the guy was moving downhill or toward water, he might end up near one of the creeks. I didn't find anything that night. The next morning, I joined a broader search grid. A few Marines linked up with me and another ranger, and we split off into quadrants. The forest was dense in this section. Undergrowth about waist-high in places, thick pine needles on the ground, the occasional scatter of mossy boulders and broken tree limbs. We had a bushwhack through most of it. It wasn't until nearly noon that we found him. He was walking slowly along the bottom of a dry wash, maybe half a mile from the edge of the search zone. He looked tired, but otherwise fine. No injuries, no panic in his eyes. When one of the Marines waved him down and jogged over, the guy didn't even seem surprised. Just nodded and followed us back toward the trailhead. I didn't think much of it until later that night when I was checking in at base camp. One of the younger Marines, probably early 20s, was sitting near the fire pit and motioned for me to come over. He said something strange had happened with the guy we found. After he got back to camp, he told his sergeant that he'd run into 3 other men in the woods. Said he'd been walking in circles for over an hour, trying to find his way back, when he came across 3 guys standing near a big fallen pine. They didn't say anything, just pointed him back toward the main trail. He followed the direction they showed him, and that's how he ended up near the wash where we found him. That by itself wasn't too strange. Maybe the guy had gotten confused and imagined seeing someone, or maybe he really did run into another group. But here's the part that made my skin crawl. According to the Marine CEO, their unit only had 4 squads in the woods that day, and all of them had checked in by the time we found the missing man. They hadn't sent anyone to look for him on foot yet. They were still organizing the search. And the area he was found in was at least a quarter mile off any of the squad paths. I didn't press the issue. Marines have their own way of handling things, and it wasn't my place to poke around. But I went back to my camp that night and couldn't sleep. Something about the way the guy had looked when we found him stuck with me. He didn't seem rattled or thankful. He just seemed blank, like he was going through the motions. About a month later, I was back at the ranger station reviewing incident reports from the last quarter. I was filing paperwork from that joint training week when I remembered the guy's story. On a whim, I pulled out the old logs from previous military exercises in the same area, just to see if there had ever been similar reports. It took some digging, but eventually I found something. In 1997, a different Marine unit had used the same southern zone for a week-long navigation course. 3 Marines had gone missing during the exercise. Their names were redacted in the report, but it was clear that they'd never been found. They disappeared without a trace. The summary said they were last seen heading into the same quadrant where we found the guy a month ago. There was no follow-up, no resolution. Over the next few years, I kept working that park. Every fall, without fail, a few military groups would do training in the same area. And every now and then, someone would get turned around. Not always a Marine, sometimes Army, sometimes Air Guard. And when they did eventually make it back to camp, I started hearing the same story over and over again. Quietly in low voices, guys would mention it during downtime or just before heading out. Something about 3 men in the woods. Standing still, not talking, just pointing. Every time I heard it, I'd feel that cold pressure in my chest. Because I started to notice something else too. All the sightings happened within a specific range, no more than a mile wide. Always near the old pines just south of Logan Hollow. I checked the maps again and again. I even hiked that area myself dozens of times. Nothing unusual, just dense woods, same as anywhere else in the park. But after the 5th or 6th time hearing that story from someone new, someone who hadn't even known the last guy who said it, I started avoiding that section when I was off duty. I wouldn't even camp near there anymore. I didn't believe in ghosts or spirits or any of that stuff, but I didn't need to. Something real had happened. Something still was happening, and no one wanted to talk about it. A couple years ago, I brought it up to a supervisor just lightly. He didn't laugh, But he gave me a hard stare and said, "Some places keep their own history." That was it. That's all he said. So now I do my job. I stay sharp. I watch the trails, I answer the calls, I help when people go missing. But I don't ask about the 3 men anymore. I don't try to figure out who they are or what they want. I just make sure when someone turns up lost out there that they come back. Because not everyone does. I'm not a park ranger myself. Never wore the uniform. Never filled out the reports or hiked miles of trail looking for lost hikers. But I used to live next to one, a man named Jack Holloway. Jack had that deep wrinkled face you see in old fishermen. The kind of guy who didn't talk much unless you got a few beers in him or caught in the right mood while he was working his shed. His hands are like stone. Always smelled faintly of pine sap and tobacco. Retired from the National Park Service after 3 decades out in the Appalachian region. We weren't close friends or anything, but I'd help him shovel snow in winter and haul firewood in the fall. He appreciated that. In return, he'd talk sometimes. And when he talked, he told stories. One of them stuck with me, and I think about it way more than I'd like to admit. He said it happened in the early 2000s, somewhere out in a lesser-known stretch of the Appalachian Range. I never got the exact name of the park, and maybe that was on purpose. It was late May or early June. Jack was on night patrol. Beautiful weather, 75 degrees, clear skies, full moon bright enough to see your shadow. The kind of night that would make most people feel calm and small in the best kind of way. You could see all the ridges clearly under the moonlight. The trees were full, but not suffocating. He was making his rounds near a cluster of trails that weren't heavily trafficked during the week, especially at night. Mostly he just did this to deter any teenagers from getting drunk and doing dumb things at the overlook. His route took him along a gravel access road that led up to a small service shelter. Nothing more than a roof and a map board. From there, he'd usually walk a short loop trail through the woods, then come back around to his vehicle. He did this hundreds of times, and that night didn't seem any different at first. Jack said about 30 minutes into his patrol, he felt something hit his shoulder. Just a light tap, wet. He thought it might be sap at first, or maybe some bird above dropping a gift. That wasn't uncommon. Even though the sky was clear, weird things happen in the woods. Rain falls in pockets. Birds spit. He didn't think much of it. But the second he wiped it off his shoulder, something felt wrong. Sticky, yes, but it was warm too, and thicker than water. When he flicked on his flashlight and looked down at his fingers, he saw it. Blood, not dry or old, wet and red and fresh. His heart rate kicked up. It startled him, of course, but not nearly as much as what happened next. He aimed his flashlight up into the tree canopy above him. About 100 feet up, lodged in the fork between 2 heavy branches, was something massive and tangled. He had to stare at it for a long second before it made sense. It was a deer, a buck, probably a 6 or 8 pointer by the shape of the antlers, but its body was destroyed. The torso looked ripped open, with legs twisted and dangling at unnatural angles. One antler was broken clean off and hung by just a strip of skin or tendon. Jack said you couldn't even tell how it got up there, but it was wedged in so tight it hadn't fallen. He backed up a few steps, looked around. Didn't hear anything. No breathing, no rustling. The air was dead still. He stayed there a good 10 minutes, circling slowly around the base of the tree, light pointed up the whole time, trying to make sense of it. No claw marks on the trunk. No fur caught on bark. No drag trail. No broken branches leading up. Now, here's the thing. Jack had spent years in these woods. He knew what mountain lions did. He knew what bears did. He also knew the kind of elevation deer kills were stashed at. Usually 10, maybe 20 feet up, never 100. And this wasn't some stunted little tree either. This was a white oak, probably 140 feet tall, with thick bark and the first branches sitting well over 20 feet from the base. No animal he knew of was climbing that. He figured maybe someone hoisted it up there as a prank or a bizarre kind of poaching signature. But how and why? The body was fresh, not rotting. The blood on his shoulder was still warm, which meant this had just happened. Minutes ago, maybe less. And whoever or whatever had done it might still be around. Jack didn't have a rifle on him, just his standard sidearm and a flashlight. He didn't get scared easy, but he told me this was the first time in years that he truly hesitated. He backed away slowly, keeping his light up, checking every angle of the surrounding trees. He made it back to his vehicle without seeing anything else. No other sounds, no motion. But he didn't do the rest of his patrol that night. He logged the incident and went home early. Said his gut was twisted the whole ride back. The next day, he came back with another ranger and some climbing gear. In the daylight, the scene was even weirder. The buck's carcass was definitely up there, about 98 feet, Jack estimated, based on where the branches started. The body hadn't moved an inch from where it was the night before. No signs of tampering, no ropes, no scratch marks on the tree, no blood trail on the ground, no hoof prints nearby. It was like the thing had just materialized up there. They radioed it in, and a wildlife officer came out from the state agency to take a look. He couldn't explain it either. Said maybe it was a cougar, though officially there were no confirmed cougar sightings in that part of the state for decades. Jack argued that no cougar, even the most ambitious, would drag a full-grown buck 100 feet up a tree. He knew that didn't make sense. Cougars don't haul like that, and they don't leave kills wide open to rot unless they're spooked off before feeding. And why would it leave it up there in full sight, near a patrolled trail? They left the carcass for a few days to see what might come back. Cameras were set up. Motion sensors. Not a single one got triggered. A few crows circled above during the day, but nothing touched the deer. After a week, the smell got bad. The higher-ups decided to remove it, so a climbing team was called in. Took 2 hours just to get someone up there safely. He had to cut it down in pieces and lower it with rope. They examined the body afterward. Whatever tore it up had immense power. Jack said the rib cage looked like it had been crushed and twisted, not sliced. Bones snapped inward, not broken from the outside. And still, no one gave him a real answer. No mountain lions. No reports of strange vehicles or hunters in the area. It was officially chalked up as animal activity, unknown species. Jack said that was the first and only time he saw that phrase used in a report during his career. But the story doesn't end there. A week later, Jack was off shift, back at home, drinking coffee on his porch early in the morning. He said he started noticing something off. Birds weren't chirping like they usually did. The squirrels that ran along his fence line weren't out. It was dead quiet. Then he noticed claw marks on the pine tree in his backyard. Fresh ones, long and deep, maybe 6 feet off the ground. He never saw anything, never heard anything strange at night. But for the next few months, he slept with a loaded shotgun by the bed, and his back porch light stayed on every single night. He said he never felt watched in the woods before that incident. Afterward, it was like something shifted, like the woods were looking back. Jack kept doing his job for a few more years, but he never patrolled that section of the park again alone. Said he didn't believe in monsters or cryptids or anything like that, just that the world was bigger than people thought. That maybe there were things out there, old things, that didn't care about humans one way or the other. Things that were smart enough not to get caught. That deer in the tree? He didn't know what did it. But whatever it wasn't scared of being seen. It wasn't messy. It was efficient. And it was strong. Too strong. Jack passed away 3 winters ago, slipped on ice outside his shed, hit his head on the corner of a woodpile. I helped carry his casket. Never got the full details of the other story he hinted at, though I know it had to do with caves and strange piles of bones he once found near a dry riverbed. But that deer story, that one never left me. I've hiked through some of those same woods. I look up at the trees sometimes, scanning the high branches, wondering if there's something up there watching back. So maybe it was just a cougar. Maybe a poacher with some insane climbing gear, playing a sick joke. But if that were the case, I feel like Jack and the cameras would have caught something. He never did, and the forest never said a word. I've been a park ranger going on 16 years now, mostly stationed in the southeast part of Missouri. Forest and hills stretch out forever down here. Pines and oaks, some thick and twisted, some tall and dead straight. The woods out here are older than memory. The deeper you go, the quieter it gets. So quiet sometimes it makes your ears ring. But this story doesn't start with my ranger work. It starts with my grandpa's land. Grandpa bought a huge stretch of forested property back in the 1960s. Hundreds of acres. He built himself a little house on a clearing at the edge of a ridge line, poured a concrete pad for a workshop, and then over time carved out a series of dirt bike and motorcycle tracks in the woods for me, my brother, and the cousins. Most of the property he never touched, just let it stay wild. We grew up tearing around on those bikes every summer. Dust in our teeth, sweat on our shirts, branches whipping our arms. It was pure freedom. Grandpa passed away 7 years ago, left the land to be split up between me, my brother, my aunt, and my uncle. We all get along well enough, so we didn't fight about it. We just kept using it like we always had. Now the weird part. About halfway into the land, down one of the older trails, there's a rusted-out school bus. Been there longer than any of us have been alive. None of us really knew how it got there. It's miles away from any gravel road, and the forest is damn near impassable if you're not on a trail. The first time I saw it, I must have been around 7 or 8. Grandpa didn't say much about it. He just told us not to mess with it. We listened. The thing is eerie. The kind of thing your brain just tells you to stay away from. Every window is covered with old, moldy curtains. Fabric sagging in on itself, but still somehow there after all these decades. The bus body is all faded yellow and streaked with rust. The tires have long since sunk into the dirt. About 20 feet from it, there's a lean wooden outhouse, mostly collapsed but still upright. Nobody ever used it, not even when we were kids and out riding all day. I'd seen the bus maybe 24 times growing up, always from the edge of the trail. Never went near it. Nobody did. We figured it was filled with snakes, maybe raccoons or hornets. One cousin thought it was used by squatters back in the day, but it never showed any signs of recent use. Just there, waiting, forgotten. After Grandpa died, the land got quieter. We didn't ride as much. Life caught up with everyone. My brother moved out of state. My uncle had back surgery. My aunt's kids had their own lives. I was the only one still coming back every now and then. Sometimes to walk, sometimes to hunt, sometimes just to breathe in the pine-sweet air and remember being a kid. And then last spring, something changed. I've been doing a fire risk survey for the Ranger Service, logging deadfall and checking dry brush levels along public and private lands. I knew the county borders like the back of my hand, and Grandpa's land wasn't far from the edge of a state-protected area I monitored. I decided to take a few days off and stay in his old house for a bit. Just me, the silence, and the trees. It was late April. Trees were greening up, and the air had that thick, damp smell like it had rained yesterday and might rain again tomorrow. I was walking one of the old trails we hadn't used in years, doing a check for storm-down trees. That path curled up along a ridge, dipped down into a narrow hollow, and then swept around a steep hill. It brought me near the old school bus. I hadn't seen it up close in maybe a decade. I stopped. Same sagging curtains. Same slumped tires. Only something was different. There were footprints. Not fresh, but not old either. They were pressed into the soft mud where the trail curved within 30 feet of the bus. 2 sets, both adult-sized. One heavy set, judging by the depth. One smaller. They led off the trail and straight toward the bus. I stood there for a minute, just watching the trees. The woods were dead still. No squirrels, no bird calls, not even the wind. My mouth went dry. Eventually, I stepped off the trail and followed the tracks. As I moved closer, the smell hit me. Musty, moldy, with a sour sweet edge like rotting leaves or something worse. I circled the bus first, slowly, looking for more prints. The ground on the far side was hard-packed, dry under the big oaks, so I couldn't tell if anyone had come out the other side. The back emergency exit was shut tight. A vine had even grown up over it. But the side door, the main one for passengers, it was open about 2 inches. Hinges rusted solid, but the door itself was ajar. I didn't go in. Instead, I looked through the windshield. There was movement, not something alive, just a hanging sway. Like a curtain or string had been brushed or disturbed and hadn't fully settled. The light was dim inside, thick curtains on every window, but I could still make out outlines. Seats were still in there, most torn, some collapsed. Something near the back was piled up. Looked like cloth and boxes. Maybe old blankets. Could have been anything. I backed off. My heart thumped against my ribs harder than it should have. I told myself it was nothing. Just raccoons. Maybe somebody had hiked in out of curiosity, looked around, left. The prints weren't brand new. Could have been from weeks ago, but I still walked back to the house faster than I meant to. That night, I locked all the doors, brought my rifle in from the truck. It wasn't fear exactly, more like the land felt wrong in some quiet way. Over the next few days, I stayed busy, fixed some fencing, reflagged the property lines, but I couldn't stop thinking about the bus. I couldn't shake it, the way it sat out there, like it had been waiting for something to come back, or someone. So on the fourth day, I brought gloves, boots, and a crowbar. Decided I was done letting it sit there like a question mark. It took effort to pry that door all the way open. Russ screamed in my ears. Inside, it smelled worse than I expected. Not rot exactly, more like stagnant air trapped for decades. The floor was spongy in places. I stepped carefully. The light filtering through the torn curtains painted long stripes across the wrecked seats. Most were torn open, springs curled out like spider legs. The overhead racks were gone, probably rusted off years ago. There were old cans, beer bottles, cigarette, but some rusted beyond recognition. The back half was darker, where the piled stuff was. I edged closer. Blankets, tarp, a cracked plastic bin. I used the crowbar to shift things around. Under the tarp were clothes. Old, worn, some kid stuff, a pair of muddy tennis shoes, a red flannel shirt, a backpack half rotted into the floor, and then the bin. I pulled the lid off. Inside were notebooks, drawings, a few Polaroids stuck together from moisture, a small rusted tin, maybe a lunchbox once. It had a knife inside, dull, wooden handle cracked. There was also a stained zip-up bag with thread, needles, scissors, sewing gear. Someone had lived here. Not recently, maybe not for 40 years, but someone, maybe a family, had made this place home, at least for a while. One of the notebooks had pages that weren't too far gone to read. Most of it was kid-like scribbles, but the handwriting was neat, careful. A few journal entries, notes about food, weather. One line stood out. We heard trucks on the ridge again today. Mama says we have to stay quiet. I stood there in the stale dark, feeling the weight of silence pressing in. I don't know why it hit me so hard, but it did. Maybe because I realized for the first time what that bus really was. Not just a creepy relic, but shelter. A last resort. A place someone had hidden in long enough to call it home. I left everything where I found it. Closed the bin. Pulled the tarp back into place. Walked out. Shut the door and didn't look back. But a few nights later, I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing that line in my head. Mama says we have to stay quiet. So I went through county records, archives, asked an old ranger buddy about off-grid families, runaways, draft dodgers, even cult rumors from the 60s and 70s. Nothing solid, but there were whispers about some family that lived wild in the woods somewhere around there. Evaded the law for years. Nothing violent. Just disappeared. Faded out of history like so many do when no one's looking. I went back one last time. I sealed the door. Put up a warning sign. Unsafe structure. Do not enter, like the service sometimes uses on old cabins. I didn't want kids or hikers stumbling on it. Left the bus as it was. Whatever story it held was buried deep now. Maybe best left that way. That land still feels off when I walk near that trail. Not haunted, just heavy. Like something happened there, and the earth hasn't forgotten it. I still work the parks. Still hike the ridges and hollows. But I stay away from that place. Some things are better left alone. Not out of fear, but out of respect. The bus isn't just a thing anymore. It's a reminder. Someone lived. Someone hid. And someone never came back out. I've been a park ranger in the Northern Rockies for over 15 years, but before I ever wore the badge, I was a landowner up here. Still am. I bought a piece of mountain property with my own money when I was in my late 20s. It's nothing fancy. About 40 acres of mostly pine and fir, tucked away past two unmarked forest roads. No cell service, no power. Just a creek, a few meadows, some rugged ridgelines, and plenty of solitude. It's my place to think, to breathe. Whenever I need a break from other people, I hike out there with a pack and my hammock, and I stay as long as I need to. Usually 2 or 3 nights. Sometimes more. I've cleared a few spots where I hang my hammock between the trees. I don't bring a tent. I like to lie there at night, watching the stars move across the black sky, listening to the forest go quiet. One night in late September, this must have been about 7 or 8 years ago, I had gone up there alone for a long weekend. I'd had a rough season. There'd been a fatal fallout at the gorge in July and a heat-stroke death in August. The paperwork, the family phone calls, the investigations, they wear you down. You get tired in a way that sleep doesn't fix. You need to get quiet. So I hiked out to my land, dropped into the northern hollow, and set up my hammock between two old ponderosa pines I knew well. There was no moon that night. Sky full of stars. Air was dry, cold, even that crisp snap that starts creeping into the mountains when summer begins to let go. I didn't make a fire. Didn't want to smell of smoke on me. Didn't want the glow. I'd already eaten just jerky and a handful of almonds, and I tucked myself into my sleeping bag around 9:30 p.m. It was dead quiet, not a breath of wind, the kind of still that make your ears ring. I lay on my back in the hammock, head tilted slightly, so I could look through the trees and watch the stars. I remember thinking how sharp they looked, like you could poke your finger on one if you reached high enough. That's the last thing I recall before I must have drifted off. Sometime in the middle of the night, hours later, I woke up. No idea why. I didn't dream anything, and I wasn't cold. Just snapped awake, suddenly alert. I didn't move. When you've slept alone outside enough, you learn to lie still and just listen. Animals usually move more than they make noise. I figured maybe I'd heard something in my sleep. A crunch, a snap, some breathing maybe. But now it was quiet again. I stayed like that for a minute or two, just blinking up at the stars, letting my ears adjust to the silence. That's when I heard it. Pissing. I know how weird that sounds, but there's no other way to describe it. Something very close by, maybe 30 or 40 feet to my left, down the slope, was urinating. A long, strong stream, not stopping. At first it hit dry ground with that dry hissing splash sound. Then it started hitting wet dirt, and I could hear the tone change. Splash turned into a muddy suck. It kept going. I'm not exaggerating when I say it went on for maybe 20 seconds, maybe more. It wasn't some squirrel taking a leak. This was something big. You can tell by the volume and the duration. I didn't move. My breathing slowed. I listened harder. It was still going. Whatever it was close. It wasn't running or sneaking. It wasn't scared of anything. It had stopped right near my hammock and relieved itself without a second thought. That scared me more than if it had growled or sniffed at me. Whatever it was, it didn't give a damn that I was nearby. Eventually, the stream slowed, broke into a few final splashes, and stopped. Then nothing. Total silence. Not even footfalls. I waited. 5 minutes passed. 10. I didn't hear it leave. No branches cracking. No hooves. No paws. No twigs snapping. Like it had melted into the ground. I kept my body completely still, even though every muscle in my back and legs was tight with tension. I was deep in a dead zone. No help if I needed it. I had bear spray clipped to my ridge line, but if something was close enough for that, it was already too close. I lay there till the stars had shifted and a faint silver light started creeping across the sky. Probably 5:30 a.m. or so. Still not a sound in the woods. Eventually, I climbed out of the hammock and stood up slow. My knees popped. I stretched my back. Still quiet. I walked over to where I thought I'd heard the noise. It was downhill, near a patch of brush and some scattered rocks. But when I got there, I didn't see anything. No puddle. No prints. The dirt was dry. I checked carefully, kicked around some leaves, ran my palm across the ground. Nothing. I started making wider circles, looking for tracks. I've tracked deer and moose for years. I know what fresh sign looks like. I know how to read disturbed ground. But the area was clean. No crushed vegetation, no broken twigs. Not even an old trail. And that was strange. If it had been an elk or deer, there'd be prints. Same with a bear or even a coyote. Something had been right there, stationary, long enough to relieve itself for 20 seconds, but it left no trace. By 6:30 a.m., the sun had started peeking through the trees. The light was warming up the slope, and the air smelled of dust and pine. Still no sound in the woods. Not even birds. That's when I got that crawling feeling in my spine. Like something had seen me, but I hadn't seen it. I packed up fast, didn't even eat, just rolled up my hammock, slung on my pack, and started hiking. I didn't run, but I didn't take my time either. My instincts were rattled. You learn to trust those out here. I've ignored that gut feeling before. Once, got chased by a moose. Learned my lesson. When I got back to my truck, I didn't feel relief. Just unease. The whole drive home, I kept replaying the sound in my head. Over and over. That slow start, the steady middle, the way the splash changed as the ground got wetter. It wasn't a dream. I know what I heard. The thing is, even if it was just a deer or a bear, they don't usually come that close to a person unless something's wrong. And they don't usually linger like that. They move. They wander. They sniff. They don't stop and piss like a horse beside your hammock at 4 in the morning. I didn't go back out to that hollow for almost a year. When I did, the spot looked exactly the same. Trees still there. Rocks hadn't shifted. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been standing there, watching me, and just decided to make itself known in the strangest way possible. Like it was reminding me, this is mine too. That's the thing people forget about wilderness. It doesn't care about you. It's not a place where everything makes sense. Sometimes you hear a sound in the dark, and there's no answer. No tracks. No puddle. No storybook ending. Just silence. And the stars. I work as a soil conservationist for the USDA. It's not a flashy job, but it's honest and it keeps me outside, which is all I've ever really wanted. I spend most of my time visiting farms, checking soil health, helping landowners manage erosion, and evaluating CRP sites. Conservation Reserve Program lands, usually converted cropland, turned into prairie or woodlands to help with erosion control and wildlife habitat. Some people think the job is dull, but I'd rather be walking through open fields and old fence lines than sitting behind a desk. I cover a rural county in the Midwest. It's got the usual stuff: cornfields, soybeans, the occasional cattle pasture. But tucked in between all that are pockets of woods and brush that haven't seen much human activity in decades. Some of these CRP sites are deep in those woods, and when you're half a mile from the road with no buildings or noise around, the quiet can start to feel pretty heavy. I've walked into places where I wouldn't have been surprised to run into a deer, a bear, or a bootlegger's still from the 30s. But there was one place, just one, that shook me enough that I haven't gone back. I'll walk through rattlesnake dens before I walk back into that clearing. This happened about 5 years ago, late summer. I had a list of CRP sites I needed to evaluate before the end of the month. One of them was a large tract of old cropland that had been converted to tall grass prairie and hardwood forest. The landowner had stopped farming it in the early 90s, and it had been enrolled in CRP almost ever since. They'd done a great job with it. I remember thinking that walking this tract would be easy. Plenty of trails cut through for wildlife and access, and the topography was flat, which meant no climbing up or down rough ridges like some of the other sites. I parked my truck on the edge of the property, just off a narrow gravel road that barely got used anymore. No other cars in sight. No nearby houses. The road curved out of view in both directions, swallowed up by trees and brush. I took a GPS reading, grabbed my clipboard and backpack, and started walking along one of the overgrown trails that cut into the woods. I had maybe 3/4 of a mile to cover to reach the center of the CRP tract. It was warm that day, upper 80s with that heavy late summer stillness that feels like the whole world's waiting for something to happen. No wind, no clouds, just blue sky filtered through a green canopy and the occasional chirp of a bird or buzz of an insect. My boots crunched dry leaves and old gravel as I walked. About half a mile in, the woods opened up a bit. I noticed the ground sloping slightly downhill, and that's when I saw something strange ahead. At first, I thought I was seeing the remnants of an old building, maybe a collapsed barn or a shed, but as I got closer, I realized it wasn't a building. It was a clearing about the size of a small schoolyard, and in the middle of it stood a rusty metal swing set, one of those big ones you only see in older parks with thick poles and long chains. To its right was a rainbow-colored merry-go-round, the kind you'd run beside and jump onto as a kid, trying to hang on as it spun. The equipment was old, clearly hadn't been used in decades. The paint on the merry-go-round was faded and chipped. The swings were hanging limp and rusted. Behind them, set off to one side, was an old school bus. It was a full-size, yellow bus, its windows dark and streaked with grime. The tires were flat and half sunk into the earth. Vines had grown up around it, winding through the wheel wells and wrapping up into the door handles. That was strange enough. This was not an area where there were any nearby towns or schools. Nothing like this was on any of our maps, and I'd been through the historical land use records for this whole area more than once. There was no mention of a school ever being here. I stood at the edge of the clearing, trying to make sense of it. The bus looked like it hadn't moved since the 80s at least. Maybe older. The whole thing felt like someone had just dropped it in the middle of the woods and left it to rot. Then the merry-go-round started spinning. Fast. No breeze. Not even a gust. I looked up. Nothing moved in the trees above. The air was still and dead. But the merry-go-round was moving fast. Too fast for it to be the result of a squirrel jumping on it or some animal brushing past. Something had to have been pushing it. My first instinct was to call out. But I stopped myself. There was a feeling in my chest, a tight, sharp kind of tension I hadn't felt before. Like my body knew something I didn't. I listened for a moment. Nothing. No laughter. No voices. No footsteps. I could hear the creak of the merry-go-round turning and the dry whir of metal on metal, but no sign of what had started it. I didn't go into the clearing. I backed up slowly, turned around, and walked the way I'd come. Not fast, just steady. I didn't want to look like I was running. I don't know why. I just knew I didn't want to be there anymore. Once I got back to my truck, I sat inside with the engine running and the doors locked. I drank the rest of my warm water and tried to calm myself down. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe someone else was back there and I just didn't see them. Maybe it was just some kid screwing around, even though I'd seen no other vehicles and no sign of people. When I got back to the office, I pulled the original land use maps for that parcel. Nothing on them. Just cropland from the 1960s up through 1990. No buildings noted. No schools. No parks. I even checked the topographic maps to see if there was an old structure foundation. Nothing. I sent an email to our state archaeologist, just in case there was something old and undocumented out there. She dug around for a few days and came back with nothing. No record of school ever being on or near that land. No permits for a bus depot. No documented homestead that matched the clearing's location. I wrote up the CRP report, skipped mentioning the clearing, and turned it in. A week later, my boss asked me why that site took me so long to finish. I told him there was something odd back there and that he should take a look himself if he was curious. He said he might, but I never followed up and he never brought it up again. I haven't gone back. I drive past the access road sometimes, and every time I do, I get that same tight feeling in my chest, like something's watching, waiting. I don't believe in ghosts or monsters. I really don't. I work in science. I look at data. I believe in soil horizons, water tables, and erosion factors. But I also believe in gut instinct, and my gut told me to get the hell out of that clearing and never come back. So I listened. Maybe it was an old, forgotten playground from a community that moved away or died out. Maybe someone dumped that equipment and bust there as a joke decades ago. Or maybe it was something else entirely, something that doesn't want to be found. Whatever it was, I left it alone. I haven't been back. I don't plan to. And if someone else wants to go look at that rainbow-colored merry-go-round in the woods, they're welcome to it. But I won't be the one leading them there. Not again. I've worked in the national park system for more than 15 years now. Most of my time has been spent out west, Nevada, Utah, Arizona, places where the desert feels bigger than anything else in the world. Some rangers love forests, others like the lakes. Me, I like dry places, wide open country. Nothing sneaks up on you out here. Or at least, that's what I used to think. In the fall of 2017, I got assigned to a backcountry post in a lesser-known stretch of Canyonland, part of a protected area that doesn't even have a main entrance station. It's a huge chunk of land with slot canyons, hoodoos, and cliffs that drop off for hundreds of feet with no warning. A real nightmare for tourists without a map or common sense. That year, I volunteered for a late-season patrol. The area had been getting more foot traffic due to some online hiking blog that went semi-viral, and there were rumors of hikers carving off trail routes and camping illegally. I was tasked with hiking out to a section known unofficially as the Ledge. It's not on most maps, just a high ridge with views in every direction and a steep drop-off on one side. It was a full-day hike out, no cell service, no radio contact unless I reached the repeater near the southern boundary. I packed light, but enough for 2 nights. Tent, food, GPS, map, sidearm, standard issue. I set out early that morning, the air already cooling for fall, but dry as ever. The trail was faint, mostly animal tracks mixed with the occasional footprint. I passed a few known campsites, all clean and empty. No signs of campfires, litter, or human presence for weeks. By the time I got to the base of the ledge, it was mid-afternoon. I could see the narrow route that led up, a barely visible footpath that hugged the rock wall, crumbling in places. Not dangerous if you were paying attention, but one wrong step and you'd slide down 80 feet into boulders. At the top, the plateau opened wide. Red dust, low sagebrush, and that constant wind that never quite dies in these places. I did a sweep, checking for signs of illegal camping or graffiti, but found nothing. Still, I didn't feel right. Hard to explain. It wasn't a sound or smell, just that prickle at the back of the neck. The kind you ignore because you're used to being alone. I brushed it off. I set up my small tent behind a large rock outcropping that blocked most of the wind. I took a few photos of the area, marked my GPS, made some notes. As night came, I boiled water for dinner, ate in silence, and watched the sky go black. The stars out there don't feel real. They're too many, too sharp. You get dizzy just staring at them. That night, something woke me. I didn't hear anything, didn't see anything. I just opened my eyes. My heart was pounding like I'd been running. I laid still for a long time, listening. The wind was gone, dead still. That's what did it. No wind in the desert means something's off. I sat up, unzipped the tent, and stepped outside. No moon, just stars. I walked a slow circle around the campsite. I didn't see any animal tracks or footprints, but the silence was so deep it felt like pressure on my skin. Not even insects. No owls. I went back in, laid down, but I didn't sleep again. The next morning, I walked to the edge of the ledge and looked out. Below was a long slope of boulders and sparse trees. No trails, just raw canyon. I scanned with binoculars and caught sight of something shiny below, maybe a half-mile down the slope. I couldn't make it out. Maybe a piece of metal? It could have been a can or something worse, like a piece of gear or a sign someone had an accident. I decided to make my way down. There's no real path, so it took me an hour to scramble and slide my way through the rocks. When I got closer, I saw it wasn't metal after all. It was a solar charger, the kind people clip to their backpacks to charge phones. A bit lower down, I found a torn piece of nylon fabric stuck on a dead branch, dark green, maybe from a pack. No name, no tags. That's when I started finding more. A water bottle with a cracked lid, some faded energy bar wrappers, a bootlace. No blood, no obvious signs of struggle. Just these random pieces of someone's kit, scattered like they dropped things in a rush. I marked the area on my GPS, took photos, and searched for more, hoping to find a pack or some ID. I didn't. I looked at the slope leading farther down and realized that if someone had fallen or gone missing here, no one would have ever seen them. It was just too remote, too deep. I radioed in what I found when I got near the repeater rock and asked if there were any reports of missing hikers recently in this area. The dispatch came back with nothing. No reports, no calls, nothing matching. By the time I climbed back to the top of the ledge, the sun was dropping fast. I considered packing out and heading to the base, maybe sleeping down near the trail where the trees would cut the wind. But something told me to stay. I needed another look in the morning. That night was worse. I slept for maybe 20 minutes total. The wind came back in short bursts, but in between was total silence. And once, around 3 a.m., I thought I heard crunching outside the tent. Like footsteps. Not heavy, not fast, but not the random shifting of branches or animals. It moved slowly, paused, moved again. I waited, my hand on the grip of my sidearm, listening hard. But it passed. When the sun came up, I stepped outside and circled the camp. No tracks. Ground was dry, loose dust and rock. Nothing held a print. I was starting to feel jumpy, and that's not like me. I've camped out near mountain lion dens, stood down an angry bull moose, dealt with drunk hunters who thought I was bluffing. But this was different. On my way out, I decided to circle around the top of the ledge and follow the slope from above. That's when I found it. A flat, bare spot near the edge behind a few boulders, hidden from view unless you came around from the east side. The dirt there was flattened in places. Not fresh, but not ancient either. Some torn fabric, a corner of a space blanket, and, about 5 feet away, a pair of sunglasses half buried in the dirt. Under the sunglasses, I found a rest. A shallow grave, half collapsed. It wasn't deep. It had been dug in hard ground, with rocks and wind breaking it down. I could see parts of shirt sleeve, a scrap of hair. Bone. I stepped back, stomach clenched. No wildlife had disturbed it much, which told me it hadn't been there that long. Maybe weeks, not more. The desert preserves what it doesn't consume. I marked the site, photographed everything, logged the GPS, and called it in as soon as I was in radio range again. I didn't break camp. I didn't sleep. I waited for the response team, eyes open the whole night. 2 days later, the investigation began. The remains were flown out. The personal items I'd found were matched to a missing person report. Someone who hadn't been officially reported because their family assumed they were through hiking alone in another state. Turned out the guy had posted a few photos online from the area a month before and then disappeared. No clear cause of death. No trauma. The autopsy came back inconclusive. No signs of foul play. But here's the thing. That slope I climbed down, the one where I found his gear scattered, there's no reason for it to be scattered like that unless someone was either panicked or chased. The items were too far apart, some uphill from others. That's not a fall. That's movement. Deliberate or desperate. A few months later, I asked around among a few other rangers who'd worked the area over the years. One of the older guys, retired now, told me something I didn't expect. There's stories, he said, about that stretch of land. Not ghost stories. Real ones. Old survivalists. Ex-military types. Guys who live off-grid in those canyons. You don't see them, but they're out there. He said back in the late 90s, there were a few disappearances in that same quadrant. All officially ruled accidents. One was a solo hiker, another a photographer. Found weeks later in pieces or never at all. It was chalked up to the terrain. Dangerous, unstable, unmarked. I can't say I saw anyone that trip. I didn't find tracks or hear voices, but know what I felt. Something was out there with me. Something that knew how to stay invisible. Since then, I've refused assignments that send me near the ledge. I don't tell the newer rangers the full story. Just that the area is unstable, not worth a risk. They usually listen, but sometimes I hear chatter on the radio late at night. From stations that should be off. Just static, then a click, then silence. Like someone testing the line. I never respond. Because some places they don't want you back. And some things, they don't leave tracks. I've been a park ranger in northern Idaho for almost 20 years now. Most days, the job is quiet. I check trail conditions, patrol campsites, make sure hikers are safe, and file the kind of dull reports that make your eyes go blurry by the third paragraph. But every now and then, something happens that sticks in your brain like a sliver you can't pull out. What happened to me in the fall of 2017, that one's still stuck deep. It started like any other shift. I was covering a section of the Bitterroot Range, mostly mixed pine and fir, scattered with some old mining roads from back in the 1800s that had long since been eaten up by the forest. The air was turning cold, days shortening fast. Around mid-October, people stop coming through in large numbers, and the place feels like it goes into hibernation. That's when things get a little strange sometimes. Not supernatural, just off. Like the place is holding its breath. There was an old trail listed on our maps called the Fall Creek Spur. It hadn't been maintained in years, barely more than a suggestion of a path now. It was marked as closed, but sometimes people would try to hike it anyway, thinking they could blaze their own way. I've been assigned to post new closure signs along it, just as a reminder. They wanted me to hike in maybe 2 or 3 miles, place the signs at old junctions, and turn back. Simple. I parked my rig near the entrance. No other vehicles for miles. I strapped on my pack, slung my .45 on my hip, it's standard issue when you're this deep in bear country, and set off. Right away, the trail was a mess. Fallen logs, thick undergrowth, washed out spots from old rains. The air smelled sharp with cold pine and the sour scent of rotting leaves. I followed the trail mostly by memory and map, as the markers were long gone. Every now and then I'd see a faint blaze on a tree or a stack of rocks someone had made ages ago. About 2 miles in, I found a weird spot. The ground flattened into a clearing. Not big, maybe 30 feet across. Dead quiet. No birds, no wind. I know that sounds cliche, but when you're out in the woods long enough, silence like that stands out. I walked into it and stopped dead. All around the edges of the clearing were holes. Not pits, not caves. Holes like something had tunneled upward from below. They weren't big, maybe the size of a basketball each, some smaller. And there were dozens of them. They looked fresh. No leaves over them. No cobwebs, no signs of collapse. Just perfect dark holes in the soil. They didn't match anything I knew. No burrowing animals in this area dig like that. I crouched by one and tried to shine my flashlight down, but it didn't catch anything. Just blackness. No smell, no air movement. I stuck a stick in one and felt it go down maybe 4 feet, then stop. I didn't like it. Still, it was just weird. Nothing dangerous. I marked the GPS point in my log, took some photos, and kept going. I posted the new closure signs and was just about to head back when I noticed a faint track leading east from the trail. Barely even visible, but just enough of a groove in the ground that I knew someone or something had walked it. Now I know better, but at the time, I figured maybe a hiker had wandered off trail. It wasn't uncommon, especially with hunters around that time of year. People think they can shortcut through the forest and end up miles from where they started. So I decided to follow the track for a bit. It ran east, away from the old trail and deeper into the woods. It took me about 40 minutes of slow hiking to realize this wasn't just a game trail or random path. It had shape. They were very old, rotting with steps sunken into the hillsides, barely holding together. Bits of old rail spikes here and there in the soil. Someone had built this path a long time ago, and it had almost been erased by time. I realized I was walking along an old mining access route, probably pre-1900. That wasn't unusual. This whole range is littered with the bones of mining attempts. Most were short-lived, but I didn't remember any records of one out here. Around noon, I came to the entrance. It wasn't marked, just a low, half-collapsed opening in the hillside, supported by rusted beams. A mine shaft, obviously. The area around it was strangely clean. No debris, no discarded equipment, no sign anyone had been here in decades. The ground was dry, cracked even. No animal prints, no scat. Just dead leaves and that gaping black mouth. I stood there for a long time. Something about the entrance, it felt too still, like it was waiting. But again, nothing supernatural, just a feeling, a ranger's gut instinct. I should have marked it, turned back, reported it to the regional office. That's what protocol says. But something about the untouched nature of the place got under my skin. I figured I'd go in just far enough to snap some pictures and check for old hazards, then get out. I switched on my headlamp, double-checked my sidearm, and stepped in. Inside, the shaft sloped gently downward. It was tight, barely wide enough for me to move comfortably. My boots crunched on old gravel and wood. The air was dry, stale, but not foul. No real rot, no mold. Just dust and the faint scent of iron. I moved slow, listening to the creak of old supports and the sound of my breath bouncing off the walls. After about 50 feet, the shaft widened into a rough chamber. The beam of my headlamp caught on something shiny, metal rods stacked against the wall, still in decent condition. Then I saw an old mine cart, half buried in dust and rock. And next to it, something strange, rows of wooden stakes driven into the ground, forming a sort of low barrier or fence. Why anyone would build that inside mine, I had no idea. It was only 2 feet high, and it ran in a big circle around a shallow depression in the floor. I walked around it, careful not to touch anything. The depression looked like an excavation site. Not blasting, but digging. The center had been dug down about 6 feet and lined with small stones. And in the middle of that, there was something that still gives me chills. It was a hatch, square, made of metal, maybe 3 feet across, bolted shut with rusted latches. No markings, no locks, just closed. The metal was thick. I stepped closer, shined my light on it. No sounds, no movement, but it didn't look like it belonged. Not with the age of the mine. The surface was too clean, the bolts too even. I didn't touch it. I just stood there, staring at it, heart beating faster. And then I heard something, not from the hatch, from the shaft behind me. A soft scraping sound, like something dragging over gravel. I spun around, light cutting through the dust. Nothing there. I waited, held my breath. Then I heard again, closer. I raised my pistol and backed toward the far wall. My headlamp flicked slightly, like the batteries were dying. The air felt thicker now, heavy. Still no smell, no movement, but the sound, it kept happening. Like something crawling. Not fast, not loud. Just slow, steady, deliberate. I stepped out of the chamber and aimed down the shaft. Still nothing. But the sound kept coming. And now I realized it wasn't from behind me. It was above. I pointed my light up and nearly dropped it. The ceiling had narrow gaps between the beams. And in one of them, I saw fingers. Not human. Not claws either. Just long, bony, jointed fingers gripping the beam like a spider clings to wood. Gray skin. Filthy. And they slipped back into the dark. I didn't scream. I didn't run. I backed out. Slow, steady. Gun up. I didn't look up again. I walked backward all the way to the shaft entrance. My headlamp flickered once more, then stabilized. I reached the mouth of the mine and stepped into the cold air. Only then did I turn and walk away. Fast. No running. Just focused movement. I hiked out faster than I should have. Got back to my truck by late afternoon. Checked every direction before unlocking the door. Once inside, I called it in. Reported an unlisted mine and strange structures inside. Left out the fingers. Just said the mine was unsafe and likely to collapse. They sent a survey team the next day. I wasn't part of it. They hiked in, marked the mine on GPS, and confirmed it wasn't on any official record. The survey lead, a guy named Derek, I knew him well. Tough guy, ex-military. He went in with 2 others. They were back in an hour. He didn't say much, just that it was unsafe and sealed the report. I saw the photos. The chamber was real. So was the hatch. But no mention of the fingers. They put a closure order on the whole area and didn't share the report with anyone outside the department. A few weeks later, Derek quit. No warning. Packed up and left the state. Said he was done with the forest. He never returned my calls. I never went back to that area again. To this day, the Fall Creek Spur remains closed. No hikers go near it. No patrols. Just blank space on a map. I've asked around. Other rangers know the place, but don't talk about it. It's like everyone decided to forget it at once. I still don't know what I saw, but I know this much: whatever was in that mine didn't belong underground. And someone, long ago, went to a lot of trouble to keep it locked away. That hatch is still there, and I hope, with everything in me, I worked as a backcountry park ranger in Montana for most of my adult life. Not the kind of ranger who sits in a visitor center greeting families and handing out maps. I was the one they sent deep into the wild, checking remote trailheads, inspecting campsites, clearing fallen trees from back trails, and making sure backpackers followed fire rules or stayed out of closed-off areas. I was alone most days, which suited me fine. I'd grown up out here. My dad was a trapper, and my first memories were of riding in the back of his old Chevy up Forest Service roads, shotgun bouncing in the rack, dogs barking in the bed. In all my years out there, I've seen things that don't sit right. Nothing paranormal, just things that make your stomach churn because you realize how close people get to the edge without ever knowing it. Most don't even notice the drop, but I do. This story happened in late August 2012. I remember because the Perseid meteor shower had just passed. I'd stayed out all night a few days earlier watching it from a rocky ridge near Elk Creek Trail. Hadn't seen another soul for hours. I liked it that way. That week, I I was assigned to check a string of unofficial campsites in a basin known as Dunridge Hollow, part of a national forest that barely shows up on maps. It's isolated, real brushy, and the trails are rough enough that hikers avoid it unless they're lost or looking to get off grid. We only maintain parts of it. Every now and then we get word of campers setting up deep in the hollow, usually just off-the-grid types or some loner with a tarp and a jug of whiskey. I make sure they weren't cutting down trees or setting illegal fires. Never had a serious issue. Until this time. I left the service road early that morning. My truck couldn't make it far past the washout from the spring floods, so I parked and hiked in. Had my pack, radio, field journal, a .357 in a chest holster, standard issue for bears, though I'd only unholstered it twice in 20 years, and a topographic map I'd marked with GPS coordinates where someone had spotted a small campfire 2 weeks earlier. It wasn't urgent work. More routine, just a sweep. I told dispatch I might be out of range for 2 or 3 days. Dunridge Hollow was thick with alder and spruce, and steep as hell. You descend fast going in. The trail down had washed out in several places, so I was basically sliding on my boots through soft dirt and pine needles, grabbing at saplings to slow myself. The air got cooler the deeper I went, and it smelled damp, moss, mud, and something like wet iron. I made camp that first night in a narrow clearing halfway into the hollow. Nothing unusual. I cooked beans on my little backpacking stove and turned in by 9. Woke up once to something walking through the brush, maybe 50 feet off. Sounded big, like an elk or moose, but it didn't get close and I didn't check. Things move out there all the time. You don't pop your head out for every snap of a twig. Next morning I broke camp and headed toward a spot on my map marked Clear Basin. It's not a true basin, more like a wide flat shelf halfway up the far side of the hollow. It's one of the few places where sun actually gets through. I've been there years ago on a previous sweep. The grass grows high and soft, and there's a little stream that cuts through it. Good place for someone to squat unnoticed. Took me the better part of 6 hours bushwhacking to get there. Why saw stop me cold? The grass had been flattened in a rough oval, maybe 12 by 8 feet. Not trampled exactly, but laid down like someone had camped there for weeks. In the center was a cold fire pit, ringed with blackened rocks. Inside were ashes, some beer cans, a rusted tin pot, and char bones, small ones. I looked closer and found a dead rabbit, skinned and left half-burned, as if someone had started to cook it and changed their mind halfway through. It stank. The odd part wasn't the mess. I've seen plenty of irresponsible campsites. The odd part was that everything had been left in place, untouched, undisturbed, but also abandoned in a hurry. There were signs someone had been living there. Stacked wood, a small lean-to frame made from stripped limbs, and even an old camp chair buried in the tall grass. But no tarp, no pack, no food cache, no sleeping bag, no sign of a person. Like they just stood up one day and walked off. That alone wouldn't have bothered me much. What bothered me was the tree. There was a tall spruce about 30 feet from the camp. Carved into its bark, maybe 8 feet off the ground, was a symbol, a triangle with a vertical slash through the center. Fresh too, not old. No initials, no message, just that. Cleanly cut, as if with a knife or chisel. It was sharp, deliberate. I recognized the symbol. I'd seen it twice before. Back in 2007, a pair of missing persons cases had overlapped near Flatiron Ridge, 50 miles south of here. Both men had disappeared without a trace. All we found were their camps, clean, neat, untouched. Both had that same symbol carved near them. No one could explain it. We never connected the dots. I didn't like the feel of it. I backed away, took photos, marked coordinates, and left. I wasn't scared. Not yet. I just didn't like standing still there. You get instincts in this job. Not spooky stuff, just gut-level reactions. And everything about that place told me to leave. I hiked north, deciding to make my way out by a different path that led toward a ridge that overlooked the hollow. Figured I'd camp on higher ground, where I'd have cell signal in the morning and could radio in. I made it to the ridge by dusk, set up a small camp, and stayed close to my fire that night. I didn't sleep much. Next morning, around 5 a.m., I got signal and sent out a location ping to the ranger station. I was about to pack up when I noticed something strange on the ground nearby. It looked like a footprint, bare, wide, and deep in the loamy soil. Not a boot print, no tread, just a wide, flat foot, larger than average. At first I thought it might be a bear track, but it had toes. Human ones. 5 of them. The stride was off too, long, almost unnatural. I followed them for about 30 feet before they disappeared in a patch of rock. I stood there confused. I hadn't seen or heard anyone for over 2 days. And who walks around barefoot at this elevation? It didn't make sense. I chalked it up to erosion, maybe a boot with soft edges. Took photos anyway and kept moving. That's when I started noticing things. On the trail back toward my truck, little details stood out. Broken branches too high to be from deer. Stones placed deliberately across the path. Once I found a short length of twine wrapped tightly around a tree trunk. No purpose to it, just tied in place. It was unsettling, like I was being watched, and whoever was wanting me to know. Still, I didn't see anyone. No voices, no rustling, just the sound of wind in the trees and my own boots. It wasn't until that final night that things really came to a head. I was still a full day's hike from my truck, camping at a place we called Dead Horse Crossing, named for an old incident decades back when a ranger's pack horse died there. It's an open patch along the river, and most rangers avoid it. I didn't care. I'd stayed there dozens of times. That night, after dinner, I walked to the edge of the river to fill my canteen. The sun had dipped low, and the trees across the water were black shapes. The current was fast, glinting in the fading light. I stood there maybe a minute. When I turned around, I saw movement near my tent. At first I thought it was an animal, a deer maybe, but it didn't move like one. It was fast, crouched low and silent. Too low to be a bear, too big to be a raccoon. I dropped the canteen and reached for my pistol. Nothing. I stepped closer. My fire was low, still burning. The tent was untouched. But near the edge of the site, something caught my eye. Another footprint. Bare, deep, toes in the mud, pointed toward the river. This wasn't right. I stayed up the whole night, gun in hand, eyes on the dark tree line. Nothing came back. No sound. Just the whisper of wind and the pop of the fire. I left at first light, didn't stop until I reached my truck. When I got back to the station, I filed a report. I included everything: the abandoned camp, the carved symbol, the barefoot tracks, the movement by the tent. My supervisor took notes, nodded, and said he'd keep it on file. That was it. I didn't hear anything else. No follow-up. No request for more info. A few weeks later, I checked in with Search and Rescue, asked if there were any missing persons in the Dunridge area. None. Nothing reported. As far as anyone was concerned, I just found an old camp. But I knew better. Later that fall, during a training seminar, I mentioned the symbol to another ranger from Idaho. He went quiet and said he'd seen it once too, up near Lolo Pass. Same setup, abandoned site, no trace of a person, just the carving. No answers. I don't work as a ranger anymore. Retired in 2018. I still hike sometimes, still love the backcountry. But I don't go into Dunridge Hollow. Not anymore. Sometimes I lie awake at night and picture those tracks in the mud, the silent figure crouched low in the dark, the triangle cut high into the tree bark. I wonder what kind of person lives out there that deep, avoiding cameras, avoiding contact, marking trees like that. I wonder if they were watching me the whole time, if they followed me to the ridge, if they waited for me to sleep. I don't scare easy, but that wasn't fear. That was something. I've worked as a park ranger in different national parks for about 17 years now, mostly in the western United States. Mountains, deserts, forests, I've seen all of it. And most of it, honestly, is pretty routine. People think the job is dramatic or dangerous, but most of the time it's just paperwork, fixing signs, answering radio calls, giving directions to tourists, or picking up trash. But there's one incident, just one, that still plays in my mind like it happened last week. No matter how much time goes by, I still think about it. Not because I don't understand what happened. I do, but because it was so quiet, so slow, and so damn real. This happened back in 2013. I was stationed at a mid-sized national park in the Southwest. I won't name the exact one, but it was about 400 square miles, mostly dry grassland with canyons, hills, and some flat desert stretching out east and south. The area had old cattle trails and forgotten homesteads, most of them swallowed up by time and erosion. People didn't go into that part of the park much, not because it was dangerous, just because it was hard to get to and didn't have the dramatic scenery like other places. That year, the summer was brutal. No rain from May through early September. The land turned hard and cracked, and a lot of our job became monitoring fire risk, checking old trail signs, and making sure no one got themselves lost or heat-stroked out there. Mid-September, the monsoon season finally hit. Out there, it doesn't build up gently, it just happens. One night, the air feels heavy, and the next, you're in a full-on lightning storm with flash flooding in the gullies. We had 3 solid days of rain, almost nonstop. Small rivers popped up out of nowhere and disappeared just as fast. Roads got washed out, and dry creek beds turned into waist-deep torrents. Most of the public access roads got closed, and we kept people out of the backcountry for safety. The day after the last big rain, I was sent out alone to check a remote southern section of the park. The maps labeled it as Drainage Gulch. Real creative name. It was just a long, low area that caught runoff during storms. There wasn't much of a trail anymore, mostly old cattle paths and overgrown ATV routes. A couple of signs remained, rusted and barely legible. The only way to get down there was by taking a rough service road for about 12 miles, then hiking another 3 or 4 miles into the wash area. I've been out there once before, a few years earlier, and remembered it being full of thick mesquite and catclaw bushes, broken fences, and some old rock foundations, the remains of ranch buildings or hunting camps from way back. No one lived there now, and very few hikers ever went that far in. The goal that day was simple. Hike in, check for erosion, assess the trail damage, look for blocked water flow, and make sure no one was stuck or lost. I left the ranger station around 6:45 a.m., just after sunrise. The air was cool, damp, and the sky was still heavy with low clouds, though the rain had stopped during the night. I took the truck down the service road. It was muddy and rutted, but passable. About 90 minutes later, I parked where the road ended and began the hike in. The land in that part of the park rolls and dips with no clear landmarks. You can walk 5 minutes in any direction and lose your bearings if you're not paying attention. There are deep arroyos, dry washes, and old cattle fences that go nowhere. The only guide I had was a worn topo map and my GPS unit. Cell service out, there was zero. The ground was soft from the rain, and the mesquite and grass were weighed down with water. I hiked slowly, following the main draw downhill, moving through the wet brush. After about 40 minutes, I made it to the bottom of the gulch. It was silent down there. No birds, no wind, nothing. Just the sound of my boots in the mud. The drainage channel had done its job. Water had clearly rushed through the area, carving fresh grooves in the mud, knocking over bushes, and pushing debris around. I started walking upstream to see if any sections were blocked. That's when I saw the boot. It was on its side, half buried in the mud, maybe 30 feet from the channel. Old leather, cracked but not rotted. It looked out of place, not from a recent hiker. Too worn. I walked over and crouched down. The boot still had laces, and it looked like it had been sitting there for years until the water washed it out. I looked around. No other gear. No bones. Just the boot. Could have been from an old ranch hand, I figured. Stuff turns up after rains all the time. I moved on, walked about another mile upstream, checking for signs of blockage. The channel split into 2 forks. The left side looked deeper and fresher, so I took that route. That part of the gulch curved tightly between 2 low sandstone ridges. The runoff had cleared out a lot of the brush, and fresh water lines were visible in the mud. It was slick, hard walking, but I made it through. That's when I saw the pipe. It was metal, maybe 6 inches wide, and stuck out of the bank about 3 feet off the ground. It was old and rusty, cut at a slant. Looked like a drainage pipe, the kind people use for runoff control. But there weren't any buildings out here. I walked up to it and looked inside. Nothing. Just dark. But something about it didn't sit right. The pipe had been intentionally set in the bank, mortared into the dirt with rocks around it. Someone had built it. That meant there was, or had been, something man-made up the hill. I walked up the ridge to investigate. About 200 yards up, I found the remains of a structure. Just a few low stone walls and a collapsed roof. Might have been a small shack or shed. Hard to say. It was tucked behind a low rise, nearly invisible unless you walked right up on it. I looked around the foundation and saw old rusted tools, a half-melted coffee tin, and a few broken ceramic jugs. Then I saw the well. It was set a little ways behind the ruin, rimmed with stone, about 3 feet across. The cover was gone, and the inside was dark. I walked over and leaned close. The smell hit me before I saw anything. Wet earth and something else. Not rot, more like sour metal. I pulled out my flashlight and shined it down the shaft. It was maybe 20 feet deep, with water at the bottom. Just floating debris. No movement. But there was something strange about the stonework. It was newer than the building foundation. The mortar looked fresher, like someone had patched or repaired it in the last decade or two. The stones were smoother. Purposeful. That didn't match. This place should have been untouched for 50 years or more. Then I noticed something else. Drag marks. In the soft mud around the well, I saw 2 long grooves, as if something heavy had been pulled toward the edge. Not recent. The rain had softened the lines, but they were still there. No tire tracks. No boot prints. Just 2 parallel lines, maybe 8 feet long, ending right at the well. That's when my gut turned cold. I've seen mountain lion kills. I've tracked bears. I've dealt with people dragging deer carcasses or dragging their own dead ATVs out of mud holes. This wasn't that. This was different. I pulled back and stood still for a long time, just listening. Nothing. No birds. No bugs. Just the drip of water down in the well and the soft wind coming over the hill. I marked the coordinates on my GPS and decided to head back. I didn't like it there. Something felt wrong. Not dangerous. Not in an immediate way, but wrong. I started walking back down the ridge, heading for the fork in the gulch. That's when I saw the man. He was far off, maybe 300 yards away, standing near a thicket of mesquite at the base of the hill. Still as a statue. He was facing me, or at least turned in my direction. I froze. He didn't move. No wave. No shout. Nothing. I raised my arm in a slow wave. He didn't respond. I kept staring. Tried to memorize what he looked like. He wore dark pants and what looked like a tan or gray jacket. No hat. Couldn't see his face. Just standing there. I turned and started moving fast down the slope, back toward the wash. I cut diagonally, not straight at him, but toward the direction of my truck. I glanced back once. He was gone. I stopped and scanned the ridgeline. Nothing. No motion. No sound. I kept walking. Fast. By the time I got back to the truck, it was mid-afternoon. Sky was clear, sun out, dry heat rising again. I logged the coordinates of the site, took photos of the boot, the pipe, and the well, and called in my location to the station via radio. That night, I didn't sleep much. I told myself the man was another ranger, maybe a local hiker, maybe someone checking on old property. But I knew every ranger in the park, and we had no private land down there. That land had been absorbed into the park boundaries decades ago. 2 days later, I went back. This time, I wasn't alone. I brought Mike, another senior ranger, and 2 state investigators who handled historical site assessments. We hiked in the same way I had. When we got to the ruin, the well was still there. But the drag marks were gone, washed out, or maybe just trampled. The pipe was still in place. The boot? Gone. We looked through the site for hours. Found more remnants, old nails, part of a rusted rifle barrel, and what looked like a tin lunchbox buried in the mud. Inside were 2 broken glass bottles and a torn canvas. I've been a park ranger in Alaska for 17 years. The kind of remote, off-grid job most people don't think about when they hear the word ranger. I'm not out giving tours or working in visitor centers. I'm usually on patrol, days away from any other human being, often alone, carrying everything I need on my back, with no cell service and only a radio to check in once a day. This story happened in my 3rd year. I've told it maybe twice, and only to people who do the kind of work I do. Most people wouldn't believe it. Not because it's impossible, because it's too real, too plain, too quiet, and too slow. But I think that's what makes it stick in my head even after all these years. I was assigned a 10-day solo patrol along a northern section of the park, near the Brooks Range. It was early June, and while the lower trails were starting to see tourists, the North Slope remained untouched. No roads, no cabins, nothing but tundra, low hills, and long days. 20 hours of daylight meant I could travel at odd times and sleep when I felt like it. I liked that. I packed light, as usual: tent, satellite radio, bear spray, basic rations, a rifle, a topo map, and my logbook. The first 5 days were quiet. I hiked 10 to 12 miles a day, stopping at certain coordinates to check on things: old wildlife cams, possible poaching spots, any signs of trespassers. I saw plenty of wildlife: moose, foxes, even a couple of caribou crossing a shallow stream. But no people. No footprints, no trash, no disturbances. I slept well, pitched camp near water, and kept a tight schedule. But something started to feel off around the 6th day. I didn't see anything, I didn't hear anything, and maybe that's what bothered me. The land got flatter in that area, less vegetation. It was open and empty for miles. And something about that kind of landscape makes your skin tighten. You feel watched, even though there's nowhere for anything to hide. The silence presses in hard. You hear your own blood in your ears. That day, I crossed a frozen stream bed and stopped to look at an old glacial outcrop marked on the map. It was supposed to be a possible denning area for bears, but I didn't see any tracks. The ice had receded more than the last ranger noted. I logged that and moved on. Around 7 p.m., I started looking for a place to camp. I found a rise about 2 miles east, dry and flat. It gave a good view in all directions. That night, I couldn't sleep. There was no noise, no wind, no animal sounds, no movement, but I couldn't get comfortable. I kept shifting in my bag, opening my eyes to look at the thin blue light outside the tent. The sun never fully set. I felt exposed. I got up at least 3 times to scan the horizon, thinking maybe I heard something, maybe a twig snapping, maybe crunching footsteps. But every time, nothing. By the 7th day, I was already a little worn out. Not physically, I'm used to hiking like that, but mentally. It was like my nerves were pulled tight, like I was waiting for something. I hiked slower. I kept stopping to look behind me, even though I didn't see any tracks or movement. It was just me and the land. At around noon, I found something strange. I was following a narrow gravel ridge that overlooked a drainage basin. That's when I saw it. Something unnatural in color. Something not rock or grass or moss. I walked down maybe 100 feet and found a tarp. It was old, faded blue, half covered in loose stones. The wind had clearly moved it over time. It wasn't recent. I pulled it up and found a rusted frame of what looked like a makeshift lean-to. No fire pit, no food wrappers, nothing modern. Just a frame, the tarp, and some dry weathered cord. That shouldn't have been there. No camping is allowed in that part of the range, and there hadn't been any reported violations in years. I took photos, logged the GPS, and marked it for follow-up. But what really got me was the feeling in my stomach while I stood there. It was like the air had changed. Heavier, colder. I left the site and kept hiking, but I felt more exposed than ever. I didn't stop for a real break. I just wanted to put miles between me and that lean-to. But every hour, I'd catch myself looking back. I didn't know what I was expecting. Someone following? A bear? Nothing made sense. That night, I made camp in a tight rock cluster with some overhead shelter. It wasn't the best spot, but it felt less open. I ate, radioed in like usual, and crawled into my bag. I was so tired, but I couldn't sleep again. This time, I started hearing things. Faint thumps, crunching, very far off. I sat up and listened for what felt like an hour. The noise would come and go, sometimes to the east, sometimes behind me, but never close enough to see. It could have been anything. Wind moving loose rocks, an animal walking on the ridge, but it didn't feel right. It didn't move like wildlife. The pattern was weird. One crunch, a pause, then 2, then nothing for 15 minutes. I stayed awake all night. When the sun got higher and the land lit up, I finally stepped out of the tent. I didn't see any tracks, just open tundra. I started moving again without eating much. That 8th day felt like I was being followed. I don't mean that lightly. I've worked years in these landscapes. I know how to read terrain, how to track, how to feel the land. And something was off. Every time I crested a hill and looked back, I expected to see someone just at the edge of my vision, just out of focus. But I never did. Around midday, I came across a cairn, a small pile of stacked stones. It was carefully made, not just some wind-blown mess. This wasn't marked on my map, and it wasn't old enough to be part of any historical structure. The stones were clean, the placement fresh. I took photos, logged it, but didn't touch it. By then, I was already sure someone had been out here. Maybe recently. That night, I didn't set up camp. I kept walking. I don't know what I was trying to do. Outrun whatever feeling I had. Prove to myself I was being paranoid. The land stayed open. The wind picked up. It was colder that night. Around 2 a.m., I found a narrow cut between two low hills and crawled inside a small rock hollow. I didn't set up the tent. I just sat there with my pack listening. Again, the same noise. Crunching, then silence. But this time I was sure it wasn't an animal. It stopped when I moved. It resumed when I sat still. It was pacing with me. I gripped the rifle all night. I didn't sleep. I watched the sky brighten again, and the feeling only got worse. On day 9, I turned south. I was supposed to keep heading east for another 2 days before circling back to the outpost. But I made the decision right after I found something that made my blood go cold. Boot prints. Not mine. They came from the north, across open, exposed land where no trail existed. Big boots, deep treads, and spaced too far apart for a slow walker. These were fast steps. Someone walking hard, maybe even running. They went right through the area I'd walked the day before, right across my trail. But I never saw anyone, never heard anyone. I followed the prints for maybe an hour, moving fast, trying to make sense of them. Then they just stopped. Not faded, stopped. Clean ground ahead. No sign of backtracking. No rocks disturbed. Just gone. That was enough. I changed course immediately and made my way toward an old ranger shack used in winter rescues. It was about 16 miles south, no trail, but I knew how to reach it. The weather shifted that day. The wind got stronger, blowing grit into my face. The sky stayed bright, but a front was clearly coming. I pushed hard, skipping breaks, eating while I walked. Every time I looked behind me, I expected to see someone there. And just once I thought I did. A figure far behind, near the edge of the land swell. I stared for a solid minute. Then it was gone. I reached the shack just after 8 p.m. It was locked, but I had the key. I got inside, shut every latch, blocked the single window, and didn't unpack. I just sat with my back to the door, holding the rifle. I stayed awake until morning. Nothing happened that night. No noise, no movement, just the silence again. But a heavy, tight silence, like something was waiting. The next morning, I radioed in early and told base I was cutting the patrol short. No explanation. I gave my coordinates and started the hike toward the nearest pickup zone, which was about 14 miles southwest. On the way, I passed a dead hare. Its body was fresh, no rigor yet, but its neck had been snapped. Not bitten, not torn, just broken. Clean. That's not how a predator kills. That's how a person does it. I didn't stop walking again. I made it to the pickup zone a full day early. I set up camp close to the signal marker and sat with the rifle across my knees until I heard the sound of the chopper the next morning. I never filed a full report on what happened. I noted the tarp shelter, the cairn, the prints, but not the rest. I left that out. The other rangers know something spooked me out there, but I never gave the full story. Why? Because nothing happened. That's the worst part. There was no chase, no fight, no dramatic rescue. I wasn't attacked. I didn't find a killer. I didn't discover a hidden cabin or a body in the woods. I was just I've been working as a park ranger for just over 12 years now. Most of that time has been spent in quiet parks across the Northwest. Places where the worst you'll see is an injured hiker or a reckless camper leaving trash around. Nothing weird. Nothing dangerous. I liked it that way. Clean trails, calm mornings, people who mostly followed the rules. But one transfer changed that. The assignment came through the normal channels. A slot opened up in a large national park in the Rockies. No name here, but it's one of the bigger ones. The job came with higher pay, a government cabin, and more responsibility. I jumped on it. I figure it was time to do something more challenging. The first month or two was quiet, just like I was used to. The rangers at the main station were good people, friendly, helpful, experienced. They talked a lot about the different zones the park was divided into. The further you went from the visitor center, the rougher and more remote it got. Each zone had a number. Zones 1 through 5 were accessible by regular hiking trails. Zones 6 and 7 were more backcountry. 8 required permits and a solid pack. And then there was Zone 9. Nobody went to Zone 9 unless they had to. I didn't think much of it at first. Every park has its remote sections. But I started noticing things after a while. Every time a call came in that involved 9, the mood shifted. People went quiet. The supervisor would pull 1 or 2 rangers aside and give them special instructions. They always packed more gear than they should have needed. Radios, flares, extra batteries. Some of them even carried sidearms, which wasn't standard issue unless there were reports of dangerous wildlife, which never seemed to be the case. I asked about it once, just casually, and one of the senior rangers told me flatly, 9, eat your time. If you go in, you better be clear on where you're going. People underestimate how fast they lose their sense of direction out there. Then he walked away. That was the most I got out of anyone for months. Eventually, it was my turn. A couple had gone missing after entering Zone 8 without a permit. The last ping from their emergency beacon placed them close to the boundary line with 9. I was told to go in with one other ranger, a guy named Tanner who'd been around longer than me. We were given a map that was half hand-drawn and a warning. If you don't make contact or find a trail, turn back by nightfall. We left at 6 a.m. The hike was hard, but manageable for the first half of the day. It was cold, even though it was late summer. The trees were thicker than I expected. Old-growth pine, roots like thick cables. The ground felt spongy in places, like it hadn't dried properly in years. We crossed into Zone 9 by noon. There was no marker, no sign, just a thick line of trees and a sudden, strange silence. I've spent most of my life in forests. You get used to the sounds. Birds calling, wind in the leaves, the creak of trees shifting. Zone 9 had none of that. It wasn't just quiet. It was dead quiet. Even Tanner slowed down. He looked around a lot more. Checked his compass twice as often. I could tell he'd been in there before and didn't like it. By 2, we found a trail, or something like one. It looked like an old game path. Narrow, winding, overgrown, but it was there. We followed it deeper. The forest floor was all dark mud and soft moss, but something wasn't right with the spacing of the trees. They were too close in some places, so tight we had to walk sideways, and then in other parts they suddenly opened up into small clearings that didn't make sense. I remember one in particular. It was perfectly circular, maybe 20 feet across, nothing growing in the middle. Just bare dirt. No grass. No weeds. No sign of animals. It looked like something had been scraped out of the ground by hand. Tanner said nothing. He just kept walking. We found a boot around 4 p.m. It was lodged under a log, caked in mud, half sunk into the ground. I checked it. Size matched the missing man's report. No blood, no tears, just old and wet. A few minutes later, Tanner found a torn backpack strap hanging from a branch about 8 feet off the ground. We weren't sure what to make of that. He took a picture, marked it on the GPS, and we kept going. By 5, the light started to shift. Something about the way the sun filtered through the trees fell off, like it was later than it should have been. We set a timer to make sure we turned back soon. That's when we started seeing the scratches. Long, deep marks in the bark of certain trees. Always in threes. Vertical. Spaced unevenly. No burr marks. No rot. Just gouges. Not from an axe or blade. Not clean enough. Not random either. They followed a pattern. Every couple hundred yards, another tree with marks. Some fresh. Some older. No tracks on the ground. No scat. No fur. We checked our GPS again. It told us we'd only gone half a mile in the last hour. That didn't feel right. The terrain wasn't that rough. We'd been walking steadily. Then the battery went dead. No warning. No low power alert. Just off. We pulled out the backup GPS, same thing. It turned on, then flicked out. Tanner looked at me, and I knew he'd seen this before. Still no animals. Still no birds. We marked our path using orange flagging tape every 30 yards. That's standard when we're off trail. But even that didn't help much. I noticed on the way back that some of the strips were missing. Clean gone. Not blown off. Not hanging loose. Just gone. We didn't talk about it. We just picked up the pace. We made it back to the edge of 9 just as the last of the light dropped behind the ridgeline. I remember that moment clearly. The second we crossed into 8 again, the temperature felt warmer. My ears popped like there'd been a pressure shift. Within a few minutes, I saw a bird flit past overhead. First living thing all day. We didn't find a couple. Not that trip. I filed a report. Tanner signed off on it. But neither of us put down everything we saw. No mention of the silent clearings. No mention of the markings. No mention of the weird time loss. We just wrote, signs of missing persons found. Search to resume pending conditions. I didn't sleep well that night. Weeks passed. Another call came in. A solo hiker went missing after going off-trail near Zone 9. I wasn't on the initial search crew this time, but I volunteered for the second pass. I don't know why. Maybe I wanted answers. This time I went in alone. I packed heavy. More food than I needed, extra power packs, a topographic map, a whistle, a high-powered headlamp, and a new compass. I wore 2 watches. One analog, one digital. I wanted to track everything. I even took a small Geiger counter. Call me paranoid, but nothing about that place felt normal. I left before dawn. By the time I got deep into 9, I was already seeing things that didn't add up. Small piles of stones that looked placed, not natural. Bones. Not human, thankfully, but old. Weathered. Picked clean. Scattered across moss in weird patterns. I stopped counting after I saw the 4th pile. My analog watch started slowing down around midday. First by a few seconds, then minutes. The digital 1 stayed on pace. That was the first thing that really got to me. I couldn't explain that. The watches were synced before I left. No magnet interference. No impact damage. I kept going. Then I saw the tent. It was collapsed, half buried under a pile of damp leaves, as if it had been there a long time. But the fabric wasn't weathered. It looked new, clean, not faded. There were no holes. I checked the tag inside. It matched the solo hiker's gear list from the report. There was no sign of him. His pack was there, still zipped. No food left. Water bottle half full. No blood. No sign of struggle. Just an abandoned camp. I checked my position on the map. I was deeper into 9 than I should have been. Much deeper. My pace didn't explain it. It was like distance didn't mean anything in that place. I turned around to head back. I marked the direction with ribbon. Took a compass reading. Made sure of it. Then I walked. I found myself back at the tent 10 minutes later. Same clearing. Same pile of leaves. I checked the ribbon I tied. Gone. I don't scare easy, but I've never felt anything like that. Not fear, something else. Like a slow pressure on your chest. A wrongness. I turned off my headlamp and waited. Listened. Nothing. Not wind. Not animals. No insects. Just total silence. I walked again. This time I used the sun as my guide. I still came back to the tent. I screamed into the trees. No answer. I threw a flare to mark the spot. Then I took out a pencil and wrote my location and the time on the back of my map. I left it on the tent. I walked again. Didn't matter. 10 minutes. Same place. I was trapped. Somehow I was stuck in a loop. I don't know how to explain it. The terrain wasn't even the same each time. Sometimes I passed a boulder. Sometimes a log. But always led back. I did this 4 more times. Then I stopped and sat down. Forced myself to eat something. I checked my watches again. They were both frozen. Same time. 2:38 p.m. Not moving. I wound the analog. Nothing. Replaced the battery on the digital. Still dead. Then I heard it. A rustling. Not loud. Just movement. Maybe 100 feet off. Something big. I grabbed my whistle and blew hard. No echo. Just a shrill sound, then silence again. The rustling stopped. I left the I've been a park ranger for almost 23 years. The park I work in spans over 200,000 acres of thick forest, rivers, ravines, old logging roads, and forgotten trails. I want to name the park because I still work here, and the last thing I want is some YouTuber trying to turn it into a mystery hunt. It was late October when this happened. Fall in our area is cold, but still bearable. Mornings hover just above freezing. By midday, it's warmer, with enough sun to dry up the frost that coats the pine needles. That time of year, we get fewer campers and more hunters, and it's a slower season for us rangers. We mostly check permits, patrol the outer camps, and make sure people aren't hiking drunk or leaving trash in the woods. That week, I had the east sector on rotation. It's mostly empty forest, some steep country along the ridges, and old trails that date back to the early 1900s when this area was used for logging. I've walked almost every inch of that land over the years. I knew where the streams cut across the fire roads, where the old hunting cabins sat half-rotted in the hills, and even the clusters of blackberry bushes that grow near the power lines in late summer. That morning started normal. I checked in at the ranger station at 7 a.m., looked over the weather report, sunny, high of 51 degrees Fahrenheit, then logged the itinerary. I'd head east out past mile marker 72, drive the service road as far as the old gate, then hike to check two backcountry campsites, Overlook Ridge and Pine Hollow. Both are about 5 miles from the main road. By 9 a.m., I was bouncing down the gravel road in the parked truck. It's a narrow service road barely wider than the vehicle itself, with thick pines and spruce trees leaning in on both sides. The deeper you go, the less daylight you get even in full sun. By the time I hit the rusted gate, I felt like I'd already left the modern world behind. I parked, locked the gate behind me, strapped on my pack, radio, and sidearm, and started hiking. The first few miles were easy. The trail followed the ridge with steady elevation. At that time of year, fallen leaves cover everything in a crunchy carpet of brown and yellow, so every footstep echoes around you. That noise matters because when you're alone out there, the silence becomes your alarm system. You get used to hearing birds, wind, maybe a branch snapping. But if it gets too quiet, that's when you start paying real attention. Around 11 a.m., I reached the first campsite, Overlook Ridge. It's a small clearing with a fire ring and a bear pole. No one had been there for at least a week. I checked the logbook canister. Empty. I walked the perimeter, looked for signs of trash or fresh prints. Nothing. I stayed about 10 minutes before moving on toward Pine Hollow. That trail drops downhill fast. It's narrow and winding, with a few sharp switchbacks. If it rains, it turns into a mudslide. Luckily, it was dry that day, just cold. I passed 2 dry creek beds and a large boulder we call the Tooth because of how it sticks out of the hillside. By the time I got to Pine Hollow, it was close to 12:30. That site is more remote, a big bowl-shaped depression between 2 ridges, thick with ferns and moss-covered logs. The air down there is cooler, damper. I did my usual check. No tents, no campfire smoke, no signs of people. Looked like it hadn't been used for some time. I sat on a fallen log, pulled out a protein bar, and radioed back to base to log my position. No reply. That's not unusual. Reception gets spotty down in hollows. The radios need line of sight to bounce off the repeater tower. I figured I'd hike back up the ridge after my break and check in from higher ground. That's when I noticed something strange. About 50 feet beyond the campsite, just past the last fire ring, I saw a faint path I didn't recognize. It wasn't marked, not part of any official trail. I know every single spur, deer path, and a legal shortcut in that sector. But this one was new to me. It looked faint, like something had passed through repeatedly, enough to push the ferns down and disturb the leaves. I walked over, squatted, and looked closer. The ground had marks, not full footprints, but indentations. Uneven depth, maybe boots, but it wasn't clear. They weren't fresh, probably a few days old. My first thought was poachers. We've had problems with them before, mostly guys setting traps for raccoons or shooting deer out of season. Sometimes they set up camp deep in the forest to avoid patrols. I figured I'd follow the path a little, see where it went. The trail curved uphill and narrowed fast. After about 200 yards, I noticed something else. It was too clean. No branches across it, no deadfall. Almost like someone had cleared it by hand. That raised my concern. I kept going. About half a mile in, I found a small clearing, not marked on the map. In the center was a fire ring made from stacked stones, fresh black char in the middle. No ashes scattered, no food wrappers or bottles. Whoever built it cleaned up after themselves. Around it were 3 logs positioned like seats, evenly spaced. Too neat to be random. One of the logs had deep notches carved into it. I counted 13. I scanned the trees. No sign of a tarp or shelter. But something was off. The air felt wrong. Not in a supernatural way, just heavy. Still, no wind, no birds, no squirrels. I looked at my watch. It was 1:18 p.m. I took a few pictures on my Park-issued phone. Standard procedure when we find unofficial camps. I marked the GPS coordinates, though the signal was weak. As I was about to leave, I heard a sound behind me, a faint, soft crunch like a foot on dry leaves. I turned fast, hand on my sidearm. Nothing there. I waited. Still nothing. I backed out of the clearing slowly, eyes scanning the woods, ears straining. After about 10 steps, I turned and walked briskly back the way I came. I didn't run. Running makes noise. Running gets you hurt. When I got back to the main trail, I tried the radio again. This time it crackled to life. Base, this is East 7. Checking in. Found unmarked trail near Pine Hollow. Coordinates sent. Investigating possible illegal campsite. No contact. They confirmed and told me to return by sundown. Standard stuff. I hiked back out with a steady pace, making good time. But the whole way, I felt like something was behind me. It wasn't paranoia. I've done solo patrols for years. You learn to trust certain feelings. I kept glancing over my shoulder. I didn't see anything, but the forest didn't feel empty. By the time I got back to the truck, it was just past 4 p.m. The sun was already behind the hills, and the cold was creeping back in. I drove straight back to the station, downloaded the GPS data, logged my report, and filed the photos. The next day, I was assigned back to the same sector. This time, I brought a second ranger, Mick, who's been with us for 6 years. Good guy, ex-military, quiet, focused. We went back to the same spot, hiked to the unmarked trail. But it was gone. I mean, completely gone. The underbrush was back to normal. No flattened ferns, no footprints, no clear path. The forest looked untouched. We spent 2 hours combing the area. Nothing. Even the clearing was gone. No fire ring, no logs, no charred stones. I pulled up the GPS log on my phone, the one I took the day before. The map showed the path I walked, but the coordinates pointed to a slope of thick brush and rocks. No sign anyone had been there. Mick looked at me like I was mistaken. I could tell he didn't fully buy it, though he didn't say it out loud. I kept insisting. I showed him the pictures I took. That's when it got weird again. The pictures were gone. All of them. Not just the clearing. Everything from that day, gone from my park phone. I checked the file directory, storage history, even tried hooking it up to the computer back at the station. Empty. I know I didn't delete them. The tech guy at the station said maybe the SD card got corrupted. Happens sometimes, he said, but I've worked in the field for over 2 decades. I've taken thousands of pictures on patrol. That's never happened. I try to let it go. Maybe I got turned around. Maybe it was a game trail. Maybe some loner camper cleaned up their site afterward. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. I didn't go back to that area for the rest of the season. Winter came early that year. Heavy snow in late November shut down the Eastern Service Road. I didn't return until spring. In March, once the snow melted and we reopened that section, I asked to check the Pine Hollow Trail again. I went solo. Maybe I needed to prove to myself I wasn't imagining it. I hiked the same route, checked the same spots. When I got near where that side trail had been, I looked hard. Every inch of that hillside. Still no sign. But I did find something. On a spruce tree just off the trail, about chest height, someone had carved a symbol into the bark. A perfect circle with 3 vertical slashes through it. Clean, deliberate cuts. It wasn't there before. I'm sure of it. I took a picture. That photo is still on my phone. That tree's still there. I didn't report it. I've only told a few people, and they don't work for the Park Service. I still patrol that sector. I don't talk about that trail. I never found the clearing again. I never saw another path, another fire ring, or anything that explained what I experienced. But here's the part that keeps me up. I've been working as a park ranger for nearly 20 years. I don't usually tell stories like this, but there's one I've never forgotten. It happened over a week in late October a few years back. I was stationed at a remote wilderness area in the Pacific Northwest, not far from the Cascade Range. The place is thick with evergreens, steep ridges, and more rain than you'd ever want. The air's heavy, the forest always smells like wet moss, and you rarely see another person outside of summer. That year, the weather stayed mild longer than usual. Not warm, just tolerable. Daytime the high 50s, dropping to 30s at night. That meant more backcountry hikers than normal, even that late in the season. Most of them were experienced folks, which was fine by me. They didn't ask stupid questions, they packed out their trash, and they usually had GPS or at least a topo map. That stretch of wilderness isn't friendly. Steep canyons, thick underbrush, and long stretches of land with no signal. People have gotten hurt out there and didn't make it back. I was about 4 days into an 8-day solo patrol when I got the first report. A couple in their 30s had planned to do a 3-night loop up the South Ridge Trail, cut across the Alder Run, and drop back down by the Ledge Spur. It was about a 22-mile loop, and I knew it well. They were supposed to check in at the main trailhead by Thursday afternoon. When they didn't, the station tried reaching them by radio. Nothing. I was already deep into the backcountry, closer to that trail than anyone else, so they radioed me and asked if I'd swing by and keep an eye out. I remember getting the message late in the day, standing in the wind near a spot we call Mile 11 Overlook. It's not marked on most maps. It's just a clearing on a cliff edge where the land drops about 600 feet into a forest basin below. Beautiful view if the fog isn't in, which it usually is. Anyway, I hiked down toward South Ridge Trail the next morning. It had rained lightly the night before, so I was able to see fresh boot tracks in a few soft spots along the trail. It looked like they'd passed through 2 days earlier, just like they were supposed to. I followed the trail slowly, checking for anything out of place. Broken branches, disturbed brush, scraps of gear, anything. But it was clean. By the time I made it to Alder Run, it was already late afternoon. There's a tiny primitive campsite out there with a fire ring and a bear pole. I've used it myself a few times. It's not visible from the trail. You'd only know it was there if you'd looked at an old ranger map or someone told you. I figured if the couple knew the trail well, they might have stayed there. I hiked in, and sure enough, someone had camped there recently. The ground was pressed down, there were fresh ash marks in the ring, and a few footprints around the tree line. I checked for trash or anything that might help ID them. Didn't find anything. But something about the site gave me a strange feeling. Nothing obvious. No blood. No sign of a struggle. But the fire wasn't fully out. There were still a few blackened sticks, half charred and damp. Whoever had been there had left in a hurry or just didn't care about putting it out properly, which experienced hikers don't do. It was getting dark fast, and I decided to stay put and camp. The ranger in me said they probably just lost track of time and would show up by morning. But something kept me up that night. I've slept in that forest 100 times. That night was different. No animal sounds, not even the usual owl calls or coyote yips. Just wind through the trees, distant creaks of the canopy, and once or twice what I swore were distant branches snapping. Could have been deer, could have been anything, but it made me sit up more than once, rifle in my lap, staring into darkness. Next morning, I packed up before sunrise and headed down the Ledge Spur Trail. If they stuck to their plan, that's the way they'd come out. It's a narrow, rocky trail with a lot of loose shale on the downhill. Not the kind of route you take fast. As I hiked, I kept my eyes on the sides of the trail. About halfway down, I found something that stopped me. It was a water bottle, bright blue, name brand, and it had a faded sticker on it that said Duluth 17. I clipped it to my pack and kept going. About 100 yards further, I found a torn sleeve from a light windbreaker. It looked like it had snagged on a branch and ripped clean. No blood on it, just torn nylon. That was the point where I stopped pretending this was just a late check-in. I called into the station with my location and told them I was filing a missing persons report. They told me another ranger was being flown in that evening, but I was still closest and needed to keep going. So I did. By noon, I reached a spot where the trail crossed a dry creek bed. There were more boot prints there, fresh ones, maybe a day old. I followed them a few dozen yards upstream and found a second campsite. This one was more makeshift. No fire ring, just a spot where someone had laid out a sleeping bag on bare dirt. I also found a protein bar wrapper and a toothbrush. That toothbrush was the last normal thing I found. About 60 feet from the sleeping area, hidden behind a down log, I found a torn-up pack. It was shredded, not just opened or broken, like something had cut or ripped through it. The straps were frayed, pockets ripped clean off. I couldn't find any sign of animals, no claw marks or teeth punctures. I've seen what bears do to packs. This wasn't that. It looked more like it had been slashed with a knife. But there was no blood, none on the pack, none on the dirt. Just torn gear and silence. I made camp again nearby. It was still early, but I didn't want to risk hiking further into unknown terrain with the sun dropping behind the hills. That night was worse than the first. I didn't sleep. At one point, maybe around 2 a.m., I heard what sounded like a whistle. 3 short, quick bursts. It came from upslope, but it wasn't a signal I recognized. Too short for the standard distress call. I waited for it to repeat. It didn't. Then about 20 minutes later, I heard a single whistle, just one long, slow tone. I don't know how to explain it, but it didn't feel like someone asking for help. It felt like someone watching. Next morning, I decided to go off trail. I started a slow, methodical grid search of the surrounding hills. It was hell. The brush was thick, and I had to climb over rotten logs, push through tangled vine maple, and sink ankle deep in mud in a few places. About 2 hours in, I found a tree with deep gouges in the bark. They were about shoulder height, evenly spaced. I've seen elk rub trees before. This wasn't that. These were angled slices, cut with force. Like someone had swung something sharp into the tree again and again. I marked the tree on my GPS and kept going. Just before noon, I found the woman. She was sitting upright against a tree, legs straight out, head slumped forward. At first, I thought she was just unconscious, but when I got closer, I could see the skin around her neck and jaw was already gray and sunken. She'd been dead maybe a day, maybe less. No major wounds, but she had bruises on both arms and a jagged scrape across one shin. Her gear was gone. No bag, no coat. She wasn't wearing shoes, just wool socks soaked through with blood on the toes. I backed away slowly and called it in. Took me a few tries to reach dispatch. When I finally did, they told me to stay put. A search team was being flown to the ridge above me and would rappel in. Took them 4 hours. I waited the whole time, standing guard with my rifle in my hands, eyes on the woods. They brought in a crew of 5, 2 rangers, a medic, and 2 SAR volunteers. We did a full sweep of the area, found a man's body about 300 yards away down a rocky slope. He'd fallen or been pushed off a ledge. Broke his neck on the rocks below. He had deep scratches on both forearms like he tried to block something. They ruled his death an accident. Her cause was hypothermia. That's what went into the report. But I stayed behind with one of the SAR guys after everyone left. He was a quiet type, ex-military, used to working alone. He said something that stuck with me. This wasn't an accident, he said, without looking at me. This was someone playing with them. We hiked out together 2 days later. On the way, we found another tree with slashes on it. This time, carved deep into the trunk were 3 letters. R.I.P. No dates. No names. Just that. I've gone back to that area once since. Just to see. Everything was quiet. Normal. Like it never happened. But I still don't go back alone. Not anymore. I've been a park ranger for nearly 15 years. Worked in several parks across the Northwest. Olympic, Mount Hood, and now Hell's Canyon. If you don't know Hell's Canyon, it's deeper than the Grand Canyon, carved out by the Snake River along the Idaho-Oregon border. It's remote, rugged. You can hike for days and never see a soul. No cell service. Just cliffs, switchbacks, wild animals, and the kind of silence that presses down on you like weight. I like that about it. Still do, in a way. But there's one stretch of the Snake River Trail that I don't patrol the same anymore. I still do my job, but I don't go in light. I don't go in alone if I can help it. And if I have to be out there, I make damn sure I'm back before dark. This is about the time I didn't. It was late September a few years ago. That in-between time where the heat's gone out of the air, but winter hasn't bitten yet. A report came in that a solo hiker hadn't checked in when she was supposed to. Her car was still parked at the trailhead. Young woman, mid-20s, from Portland. Name was never important to me, but I remember her face from the photo we got. Soft smile, sun hat, light backpacker. She looked the kind that underestimated places like this. We had a protocol. If someone was more than 48 hours overdue and parked a known trailhead, we'd do a sweep. It was usually a sprained ankle or a bad turn on the map. You find them sore, scared, cold, but alive. I got the call at 6 a.m. My supervisor knew I was scheduled for backcountry checks that week anyway, and the trail she'd likely taken ran right along the Snake, about 14 miles north of where it breaks into two major switchbacks along the cliff. Those switchbacks are narrow, carved into sheer rock, and can spook even veteran hikers. One misstep and you're in the river 200 feet below with little chance of survival. I packed light for speed. Map, satellite radio, emergency bivvy, trauma kit, water, MREs, extra socks, and a sidearm. I didn't usually carry the gun, but the canyon has its fair share of cougars and the occasional bear. And, truthfully, people were sometimes worse. I set out around 8 a.m., moving fast. Weather was calm. No clouds, no wind. Just the soft crunch of boots on dirt, the ripple of river below, and the distant cry of hawks overhead. By noon, I reached mile 10, and that's when I saw something. It was just off the trail beneath a grove of lodgepole pine. Flat ground, easy to miss if you weren't looking. But I noticed disturbed earth like someone had slipped or maybe camped rough. I moved in closer. There was a footprint, then another. Small, women's boots, same type the hiker in the photo wore. One print was deeper than the other, like she'd stumbled or maybe was limping. I radioed in and marked the GPS. That's when I smelled it. Faint but sharp. Something off. Not rot exactly, not decay. More like copper. Blood. I followed the trail down a small slope. No real path, just game trails and loose rock. 30 yards in, I found a torn piece of nylon, tan with a blue strap. Matched the backpack she was wearing in the photo. It was snagged on a branch like it had been ripped off fast. No blood on it. No sign of a struggle. Just hanging there, swaying in the breeze. That's when I noticed how quiet it had gotten. I know that sounds like a cliche, but if you've ever been deep in the woods, you know the sounds become part of the background. Insects, birds, rustling branches. You don't notice them until they stop. That sudden hush where you realize just how exposed you are. I turned around and scanned the tree line. No animals. No wind. Just stillness. I waited. Listened. Nothing. Not even the river. I moved back up to the main trail and kept heading north, slower now. More careful. My hand kept brushing the grip of my sidearm, and I hated that I felt the need to. I didn't feel watched exactly, but I didn't feel alone. At mile 12, the trail turned rocky. That's the stretch leading to the switchbacks. The ground narrows, clinging to the canyon wall. I've hiked it more times than I can count, but that day my boots felt too loud. Every step echoed. The sun was getting low now, hitting the canyon wall in slashes of orange and gold. Beautiful, but not friendly. That's when I found her pack. It was just sitting there in the middle of the trail, like someone had placed it down. Upright. Zipped. Water bottle still in the side pocket. No rips. No sign of fall. Just left there. I checked it. Inside was a map, half a granola bar, a phone with a dead battery, and her journal. I flipped through it quick. Mostly casual notes about wildlife she'd seen. A deer, some squirrels. Something about how the trail feels weird today, like it's pushing me back. I stopped there. Didn't like that sentence. Didn't like that it was the last one. Radioed in again. Dispatch didn't like the sound of it either. Told me to set up camp nearby and wait for backup at first light. I was 2 miles from the junction, too far to turn back safely before dark. I agreed, set up the bivvy on a flat patch above the switchback, and got a fire going. I didn't sleep much. That night was cold and strange. The fire didn't seem to warm the air the way it usually does. I kept hearing soft, shifting sounds. Rocks falling, something moving nearby. Nothing clear, just enough to keep me on edge. At one point, around 2 a.m., I swore I heard footsteps on the switchback. But when I stepped out of the bivvy with my light, nothing was there. No animals. No wind. Stillness again. At dawn, I packed up fast and started heading toward the next ridge, hoping to find more signs. I should have waited for backup, but I had a direction and a gut feeling. I followed a ridge trail that climbed steeply for nearly an hour, then dipped into a narrow saddle between two cliffs. No one comes this way unless they're trying to cut cross-country. That's where I found the first scrape. It was on a rock wall. Not fresh, but not old. Looked like something sharp had gouged it hard. About shoulder height. I looked around, found more on nearby trees. Deep gashes. Three-pronged. Not clean like a knife. Not random either. They followed a kind of pattern, always about chest high, always leaning toward the same direction, north. I kept going, slower now. The trail was faint, almost non-existent. More animal tracks. Elk, maybe. Then I spotted something else. A torn shirt caught on a low branch. Same tan as the one the hiker had in the photo. Blood on the cuff. Not soaked, just smeared. And then the stench hit me. It wasn't faint anymore. It was strong. Metallic, sour, heavy. Like a butcher's shop left in the sun. I covered my mouth and moved toward it, following the smell until I crested a low rise and looked down into a narrow ravine. That's where I saw the campsite. Not hers. Someone else's. Rough. Primitive. Not a tent, just a tarp tied between trees. Empty cans scattered around. Bones, too. Animal, I thought at first. But some of them weren't. One looked like a femur. Human-sized. My legs locked up. My brain didn't want to believe it. I crouched low, heart pounding, scanning every direction. The fire pit was still warm. Someone had been here recently, maybe watching me. I took photos, marked the location, and backed out slow. That's when I heard the whistle. Not a bird, not wind. A two-tone whistle, one long, one short. Repeated once. I froze. Then I turned and moved fast, nearly slipped on the slope, caught myself, and kept going. I didn't care about being quiet anymore. I wanted out. I hiked nearly 5 miles back before I radioed in. Told dispatch I needed backup immediately and medevac on standby. I couldn't be sure it was her campsite, but I knew it was bad. Too many signs. Too many bones. They sent 2 other rangers and a sheriff's deputy by chopper. Took them hours to reach me. I waited on a ridge, watching the trail the whole time. Every so often, I thought I saw something move in the trees far below. Nothing clear, just motion. When they arrived, we went back together, fully armed. We found a campsite again. Searched it fully this time. Under a pile of brush, we found a second tarp. Wrapped inside was a body. It was her. No signs of animal attack. No blunt trauma. Just a deep wound across the throat, clean and deliberate. She'd been dead maybe 2 days. There were other remains too. Bones. Older. Not hers. Likely from other people. Maybe hikers, maybe something else. The sheriff took over then. Crime scene. Full investigation. I gave my statement, handed over the GPS data and photos. They never told me who did it. I followed up for weeks but got stonewalled. No arrests were ever announced. No suspect profile. Just silence. The tarp, the gashes in trees, the whistle. None of it ever made the report. They closed the trail for a season. Said it was for rock slide maintenance. Quietly reopened the next year with new signage and extra ranger patrols. I still work there. I still hike those trails. But I don't go near that switchback without a partner. I don't camp out there anymore. And I never, ever ignore that feeling in my gut. I don't know who did it. I don't know if they're still out there. But I know the wild can hide things. And not everything out there is part of nature. I've been a park ranger in the northern part of the state for the past 17 years. Most people don't really know what that job means. Some think it's all about hiking, checking trail maps, talking to campers. And yeah, that's part of it. But being a ranger in a large forested area, miles away from towns, cell service, or crowds, it's more about knowing how to survive in silence, how to deal with sudden emergencies alone, how to stay calm when something doesn't feel right. Back in 2011, I had been working in the same park for almost 5 years. It's not one of those big-name national parks with gift shops and tour buses. Ours was more forgotten, state-run, remote, quiet. We had large sections that weren't open to the public, mostly because they were hard to access or hadn't been mapped properly. Some areas were cut off by steep ridges or deep canyons with no real trails going in or out. Budget cuts meant we didn't have the staff to expand into those places, so they stayed wild. It was mid-September when I was assigned a solo patrol through one of these lesser-known sections. The assignment came through from management with a simple note. Trail Inspection and Hazard Report, Sector 12. That was how they labeled the zones we split the forest into. Sector 12 was to the northwest, and to be honest, I'd never been that deep into it before. There were some old fire breaks and rough ATV tracks going through parts of it, but no official trails. It was rarely visited even by other rangers. I figured I'd pack in, stay overnight, and come back the next day. I set off around 6 a.m., driving the department's beat-up green Tacoma to the edge of the MARC trail network. From there, I have to go on foot. My pack was heavy: overnight gear, GPS, maps, food, radio, water, first aid, sidearm. The trees in this part of the forest were tall and thick. Old growth pine and spruce mostly, but in the lower parts there were dense thickets of alder and vine maple that made it hard to move fast. Even though it wasn't cold yet, the shadows under the trees made the whole place feel cooler than it should have been. Light didn't get through easily. The deeper I got into Sector 12, the more overgrown things became. Down logs, thick underbrush, signs of old burn scars in the tree bark. I followed a narrow deer trail most of the way, stopping every 30 minutes to mark my GPS and make notes. I logged some erosion near a dry creek bed and spotted an old wooden fence that had collapsed, probably decades ago. No recent human activity that I could see. By late afternoon, I was about 6 miles from where I started. I found a small clearing near a mossy granite outcrop and decided to make camp there. It was quiet, too quiet, honestly. No bird song, no squirrel chatter. That wasn't totally unusual. Animals know when humans are around. But this felt different. Still, I chalked it up to normal backcountry silence and went through the usual routines. Set up my tent, boiled water, logged notes in my field book. I checked my radio, but it crackled with static. No reception. That was expected out here. The first strange thing happened just before dark. I was walking a short loop around the camp with my flashlight to scout the area before turning in, just making sure there weren't any game trails or animal signs nearby. I came across what looked like a depression in the forest floor. It was maybe 8 feet across, nearly circular, and deep enough that if I stood in the middle, you wouldn't see my head from ground level. It looked unnatural. The edges were too sharp. The bottom had no debris, no branches, no rocks. Just packed dirt. I didn't climb down. Something about it made my stomach tighten. The smell around it was sour, like rotting leaves and wet metal. I'd come across old wells before, and that was my first thought. But it didn't look man-made. No bricks, no stone lining, no metal rim. Just a deep, wide hole. I marked it on my GPS and wrote a note in my logbook to report it later. Then I went back to camp and turned in early. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept waking up. I'd doze off for 20 minutes, then snap awake with this feeling like I'd forgotten something. At one point, around 2 a.m., I thought I heard something moving through the brush nearby. It wasn't heavy, more like dragging. Not footsteps, not an animal. Something slow, like someone pulling a tarp or bag through the undergrowth. I sat up in the tent, not making any noise, and listened. It stopped. I waited. 5 minutes passed, then 10. Nothing. I lay back down, but sleep didn't come. In the morning, I went back to the hole. This time I climbed down into it. It was about 6 feet deep and completely dry. The dirt at the bottom was packed down hard. No footprints, no animal tracks. But it smelled worse than before, sharp like rust and mold. I noticed that it wasn't just one pit. Around the edge of the clearing, partially covered by leaf litter and ferns, there were more. For more. Each one about the same size. All empty. All dry. That didn't sit right with me. 5 perfectly round holes in the ground, evenly spaced. I don't believe in the supernatural or any of that nonsense. But this felt wrong in a way I couldn't explain. Like something had been done here. Deliberate. Intentional. I took more notes, flagged the area with orange tape, and started hiking back. I didn't want to spend another night there. My gut told me to get out. About 2 miles into the return hike, I stopped for water and checked my GPS. The screen was frozen. I tried restarting it, but it wouldn't turn back on. It wasn't out of battery. I'd charged it the night before. I pulled out the map and compass instead. No big deal. I've done enough orienteering. Then I realized something else was wrong. The forest around me didn't look familiar. I was sure I'd followed the same path back, but the trees were denser, the ground steeper. The air felt heavier. I checked the sun. It should have been behind me, but it looked too high, like I hadn't moved much at all. I kept walking. By 3 p.m., I hadn't reached the point where I was supposed to cross the dry creek bed. That should have only been an hour from camp. I'd walked at least 4 hours. Something wasn't right. I wasn't lost. I knew how to read the land, but it felt like I wasn't getting anywhere. I stopped and sat down, took a long drink, ate a granola bar. I told myself to calm down, think it through. I'd go due east until I hit the service road. Even if I had to bushwhack for miles, I'd get there eventually. That's when I found the boot. It was lying in the middle of a patch of ferns. An old, mud-covered hiking boot. One of the laces was torn. The sole was partially melted, like it had been near fire or chemicals. I flipped it over and saw something written in faded ink on the inside. M. Travers. The name didn't ring a bell, but the boot wasn't ancient. Maybe a few years old, max. That was weird enough. But 30 feet away, I found a torn backpack strap. No pack, just the strap. Then a few steps further, a crushed aluminum water bottle, dented and rusted. I marked it all on a map and moved on, now feeling a bit less calm. By the time the sun dropped below the Treeline, I still hadn't found the service road. I was low on water, down a half a bottle. I made a dry camp in a hollow under a rock ledge and didn't bother with a tent. I didn't sleep that night either. Something was out there. I didn't hear it at first. I felt it, the way the wind stopped, the way the bugs went silent. Then came the movement, soft at first, just brush shifting, but it kept circling me. Never close, never far, around and around like it was pacing. No lights, no eye shine, no breathing, but it was there. I stayed frozen with my hand on my sidearm all night. I didn't move until the sky turned gray. When daylight came, I packed up and started east again. I moved fast, ignoring paths, ducking through brush, hopping deadfall. I didn't even stop for water. After maybe 4 hours, I found the road. I almost cried when I saw it. I hiked another mile and found the truck parked where I left it. Unlocked, untouched. When I got back to headquarters, I filed my report. I told them about the pits, the boot, the pack strap. I gave them GPS coordinates, even though I had to estimate some of them since my unit went dead. I logged the whole thing as a hazard site, requested a full inspection crew. 2 weeks later, they sent a team out to the area. I wasn't on it. I asked about the results. Nothing. No pits. No boot. No pack strap. Just trees and dirt and moss. Like nothing had ever been there. I went back on my own 6 months later. I shouldn't have. I knew better. But it pulled at me. I found a clearing, eventually, but the pits were filled in. Still faint outlines in the ground, but packed full of loose dirt and pine needles. No smell. No rust. Like someone had come out and covered it up. But not the department. I asked around. No one had gone back after the inspection. No contractors. No cleanup crews. Nothing. I didn't file another report. I stopped asking. Since then, I've stayed away from that section of the park. I won't go back to Sector 12. Not alone. Not ever. I've had plenty of strange encounters over the years. Lost hikers, cougar tracks where they shouldn't be, trees that fall without wind, but nothing like what I felt there. It wasn't a ghost. It wasn't magic. It was something real. Something that made people disappear. Something that maybe isn't meant to be found. That was 14 years ago. Last month, a new ranger asked me about Sector 12. I worked as a park ranger for almost 20 years. That means I've done every kind of shift you can imagine in every kind of weather across different national and state parks. But what happened to me in the summer of 2017 is something I still think about every time I pull on my boots. It changed how I feel about the woods. And I haven't told many people the full story, not because I was afraid they wouldn't believe me, but because it's hard to explain how something can scare you so bad without it being supernatural. There was nothing mystical about this. It was just nature, and what nature does when it's left alone too long. I was stationed at a remote section of a lesser-known state park in the southeast corner of the country. I won't name the park because I still work in the system, and frankly, I'm not sure they ever fixed the problem. It's not a busy place, not one of those big parks with massive trails and crowds. We had a few campsites, some backwoods trails, and a lot of thick forest. Think dense pine and hardwood, the kind that blocks out the sun even at noon. The trees were so packed in some areas you'd have to turn your shoulders to pass through. Our team at the station was small, just me and two other rangers covering a huge chunk of land. We rotated shifts, but for that entire week, I was on solo overnight duty, which meant I stayed in the ranger station from 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. and handled anything that came up. That included patrolling campsites, checking trailheads, logging weather data, making sure fire rings were clean, and responding to any emergency calls. The station was a single-floor wooden structure, solid but old. It had a radio room, a bunk room, a small kitchen, and a garage where we kept the ATV and the maintenance tools. Most of the time, nothing happened. I'd do a walkthrough before sunset, write up a few reports, and sleep unless a camper needed help. The week started slow. The forest was dry, so we had fire restrictions. A few families had checked in, mostly older couples in RVs. The trails were empty during the day because of the heat. Typical stuff. But on Tuesday, things shifted. It started with a smell. I was out doing my regular trail sweep around 6 p.m. That time of day when the shadows start to stretch and the bugs come out in clouds. I was walking Trail 6, which led out about 3 miles to a dried-up creek bed and a collapsed bridge. Nothing dangerous, but we marked it closed to hikers anyway. As I got about halfway down the trail, maybe 1.5 miles out, I caught a whiff of something strong. Not a campfire or a dead animal. This was different. It was sour, like ammonia and rot mixed together. I stopped and sniffed again. It hit hard enough to sting my nose. I walked off trail, maybe 20 feet, toward where the smell seemed strongest. The ground dipped slightly there like a natural bowl, and the smell got thicker as I moved. There were some downed branches and a strange patch of churned up dirt, almost like something had recently disturbed the forest floor. Not a dig exactly, but more like the dirt had collapsed or slumped downward in a circle about 6 feet wide. The middle was dark and damp. The rest of the area was bone dry. I took a few photos, made a note in my logbook, and backed off. Could have been an old animal den or a sinkhole forming. Either way, I wasn't going to crawl in alone without gear or backup. I figured I'd let the morning crew know and maybe get someone from geology to take a look. That night back at the station, I couldn't sleep. Around 1 a.m., I started hearing a low sound outside the station windows. Not voices, not animals, just this low rumble, like the distant hum of machinery or wind over an open pipe. I stepped outside with my flashlight and swept the perimeter. Nothing. No campers nearby. No wind. I stood out there for a solid 15 minutes, just listening. It came in short waves, 20 seconds on, then gone. Then again, a minute later. Always from the same direction, west, toward that part of Trail 6. I didn't leave the station that night, but I logged it. The next morning, I radioed the other rangers and asked if anyone had noticed the noise or the smell. One of them, Dan, joked that it was probably a raccoon having a stroke. Nobody took it seriously. I could tell they thought I was being overly cautious. I was used to that, but I wasn't new at this job. I knew how the forest was supposed to behave. Wednesday night, I went out again, this time with a bit more gear. Trail cam, measuring tape, my GPS unit, and a handheld gas detector we normally use near the old maintenance shed where we stored fuel. I returned to the sunken area. The smell was worse. It filled the back of my throat and made my eyes water. I stuck the gas detector near the middle of the depression. No hits for methane or propane, but there was a weird spike in CO2 levels. Not enough to be dangerous, but definitely off for open air. I set up the trail cam on a nearby tree, aimed it straight at the depression. I flagged the tree and marked it with orange tape so I could find it later. Then I left. I checked the rest of the trail. Nothing unusual. No animal prints. No campers off trail. Back at the station that night, the humming came back, but it was louder now. And this time it came with vibrations. I felt it in the floorboards. Just small tremors, like someone was operating a bulldozer 2 miles away. It lasted 5 or 6 seconds at a time. Still no real wind, no thunder, nothing that would explain it. I checked the USGS site on my laptop for local seismic activity. Nothing. Not even minor tremors recorded. It didn't make sense. I tried to sleep, but couldn't. Around 3 a.m., I heard a loud snap from the woods outside. I grabbed my flashlight and went out again. This time, I followed the direction of the noise. I made it maybe 300 feet into the trees before I saw something strange. Tree branches broken and bent like something large had moved through. Not cut, not human. These were twisted at odd angles and pulled down like a bear had passed through. But Messier? I followed the damage another 100 feet and then stopped cold. There was a print in the dirt. I crouched down and studied it. It wasn't a full print, more like a partial, maybe 3 toes, wide and splayed, but deeper than it should have been, almost like it pressed straight down instead of stepping. No claw marks. No heel. I took a photo and backed off again. I didn't scare easy, but my gut was screaming. Thursday morning, I retrieved the trail cam. Nothing on it. Not a single frame of anything moving. But the sunken area had changed. It was deeper. Not by much, maybe 6 inches, but definitely lower than before. The ground around it had fresh cracks, like the earth had slumped more during the night. The smell was still there, worse than ever. And the center was wet now. A dark, almost black sludge had started to collect, and it moved slowly, as if stirred from beneath. It wasn't bubbling like a spring, just shifting like thick oil disturbed by water. I took another gas reading. Higher CO2 now. Still no methane. Still no propane. That day, I called my supervisor and told him we had a possible sinkhole forming and that I wanted permission to close off Trail 6 completely. He wasn't thrilled, but agreed to let me post closed for maintenance signs and flagged it for later inspection. That night was the worst of all. I didn't even bother trying to sleep. I sat in the radio room with my boots on and flashlight in hand. The vibration started just after midnight. Stronger this time, like a freight train underground. I swear I saw dust fall from the ceiling beams. Then I heard it, screaming. Not a person, not an animal. It came in waves like the humming, but louder, sharp and high, almost mechanical. It rose in pitch, then dropped to silence. Then came back, over and over. It came from a direction of Trail 6. I didn't want to go. I knew it was a mistake, but I went anyway. I took the ATV, turned off the headlights near the trailhead, and walked the rest of the way with my light off. My ears were my guide. The screaming stopped when I got close. The smell hit me hard again, worse than before. I almost vomited. I reached the depression and crouched nearby, maybe 15 feet back. The center was open now. What had been a slump patch of wet dirt was now a hole about 3 feet wide. I couldn't see the bottom. I knelt and shone my flashlight inside. The beam didn't reach the end, just layers of wet, dark earth. I dropped a small rock in and counted silently. No sound, no splash, no thud, nothing. That's when I noticed something moving along the edge. Not fast, just a subtle shifting, like the earth itself was breathing. The sides of the hole pulsed slightly inward, then back. And then came a rush of warm air from below, so thick it fogged my glasses. The smell was unbearable now. I stood, stumbled backward. Then I saw the second hole, maybe 20 feet away. Smaller, fresh. The soil around it had cracked outward like a spiderweb. I left, no shame in it. I turned and walked back fast, then jogged, then ran. I got back to the ATV, drove to the station, and didn't sleep at all. Just sat there, heart pounding, waiting for sunrise. The next morning, I submitted a formal incident report and requested geological inspection. The request was denied, something about budget and prioritization. I marked the area on every internal map we had, flagged it with fresh tape, and locked the trail gate. The screams didn't stop for another week. I've worked in different parks over the years, but this one here in the Northwest, near the Cascades, is where I've spent most of my time. 17 years now. My job mostly involves hiking trails, checking on campers, fixing signs, clearing brush, and sometimes helping with search and rescue. I've seen accidents, wild animals, storms, you name it. But one incident, about 6 years ago, stuck with me more than anything else. I've only told a few people about it. Not because it was paranormal or anything, I don't believe in that crap, but because it was real. Real people doing things that shouldn't happen in a park. And I was alone when I saw it. It started during a quiet week in early May. Still a little early in the season, so not many people were coming through yet. Just a few regulars and some early hikers. That week, I was assigned to cover a southern section of the park that doesn't see much foot traffic. Mostly older trails, some overgrown paths, and a couple backcountry campsites we keep an eye on. My job was to hike out there, check the trail conditions, inspect the old fire tower on the ridge, and make sure nothing was washed out from the spring thaw. The hike out was around 8 miles from the ranger station, mostly through heavy forest. No cell signal, just my radio, which worked half the time when the ridges weren't in the way. I had my pack, first aid kit, notebook, knife, water, and my .357 revolver. I rarely carried it, but this part of the park was known for black bears and the occasional mountain lion. I wasn't looking for trouble, just trying to be prepared. By the third day of hiking and checking the trails, I started seeing some strange things. Not dramatic, just off. One trail marker, a little orange diamond nailed to a pine, was upside down. Looked freshly turned. A couple more were missing. I thought maybe someone was goofing around, maybe some young hikers trying to prank other people. Then I saw boot prints heading off trail at sharp angle near one of the creeks. Deep prints. Big guy. Not recent, maybe a day or two old. But they weren't heading toward a known campsite or trail. Just off into the woods. I marked the spot in my logbook, took a GPS point, and kept going. About 2 miles later, I reached the old fire tower. It's not used anymore. We closed it to the public years ago. Too unstable, but I still check it every season. The wood was rotting, the lower ladder had been pulled off, and vines were growing up the legs. Standard stuff. I walked around the base, looked for tracks, trash, or signs of anyone going up there. Nothing. But about 50 yards behind the tower, I saw something strange. A narrow path through the brush. Not an official trail. Barely more than a game trail, but it looked used. Not by animals. It was too clean. Leaves pushed aside, branches bent. Like someone had been walking it, and not just once. I stared down that path for a good minute. The light through the trees was fading. I had maybe 2 hours before I had to make camp. I was supposed to hike to the river crossing before sundown, but something about that path pulled at me. Against my better judgment, I followed it. At first, I figured it would just end after 100 feet, like most game trails. But it kept going. The deeper I went, the less natural it looked. It curved smoothly, like someone had laid it out. No signs, no blazes, but the ground was firm. Worn, like it had been walked often. It climbed gradually, weaving between the trees and rising in a thicker pine forest. After maybe a quarter mile, I saw something nailed to a tree up ahead. I moved closer. It was a red strip of cloth, faded, torn on the ends. Weathered. Someone had tied it around the trunk and left it there. I stood still for a long time, listening. The forest was too quiet. No wind, no birds, no rustling. Just my own breathing. I had that weird feeling, like when you walk into a room where people were just fighting. Nothing obvious, just heavy air. Like you're not supposed to be there. I backed out. I didn't like the feeling of that trail. It wasn't marked on our maps, and it wasn't being maintained. Someone else made it. Someone still used it. Back at camp that night, I wrote everything down. The trail, the prints, the cloth. I marked the GPS points and made a note to tell the supervisor when I got back. I slept light. Woke up 3 or 4 times during the night. Thought I heard footsteps outside the tent, but when I got out and checked, there was nothing. Next morning, I changed my plan. Instead of heading east toward the river, I decided to loop back and follow that strange path all the way. I wasn't supposed to. Rangers don't go off trail unless there's a clear reason, but I wanted to know where it went. Something felt wrong, and I didn't want to leave it hanging. It was colder that morning. Fog rolled in through the trees, and my boots were wet almost instantly. I got to the fire tower by mid-morning and found the narrow path again. I started walking it slow, keeping my head on a swivel. After about 10 minutes, I noticed the cloth strips were everywhere. More of them, not bright red anymore, faded to dull brown or rust color. They were tied around branches, nailed to trunks, some stuffed into the bark, like someone was marking a route, but not for hikers, for themselves. I followed it for nearly 2 miles. The forest got thicker, the air heavier. It felt like walking through a tunnel. I saw strange carvings in a few trees, simple shapes, not letters, just slashes and circles and lines. Maybe trail markers, maybe not. Then the path opened into a clearing, almost a perfect circle. about 30 feet across, dead silent. In the center was an old shack, not a park building. No foundation, no number plate, nothing official. Just raw wood and nails. Someone built it a long time ago. The roof was sagging, door half off the hinges, but it wasn't abandoned. There was a metal bucket just outside the door, and inside it, fresh water. I knelt down and touched it. Cold, clear. Someone had been here recently. The door creaked when I pushed it. I didn't go in, just looked through. There was a cot in the back, a small stove, a stack of old plastic crates, and piles of gear, rope, lanterns, knives, boots, all mismatched. Some of it was new, still in packaging. I saw a stack of notebooks on a shelf, and next to it, a Polaroid camera. The floor had stains, dark ones. That's when I backed out. I didn't want to find out who lived here. I didn't want them to find me either. I stepped out of the clearing, walked fast back down the trail. About 500 feet in, I heard something behind me, branches snapping. A footstep, maybe two. I didn't look back. I picked up the pace, kept moving, nearly jogging. I stopped once behind a thick tree and listened. More steps, slower. Someone was following. No voices, just the sound of movement behind me. Same direction. When I got back to the fire tower, I stopped, climbed halfway up the ladder, and waited. I wanted a better view. I could see down the trail from there. I waited 10 minutes. Nothing. Then I saw something move. A figure, maybe 100 yards off, just behind a tree. Watching. I couldn't make out the face. Too far. Tall. Wore dark clothes. Just stood there. I climbed down, walked fast all the way back to my camp, packed my gear in 10 minutes flat, and started hiking out. Took the long route around the ridge, skipped the planned loop. I didn't radio in. I wanted to wait until I had signal. It took me 6 hours to get back to the station. The whole time, I kept checking behind me. I didn't see anyone, but I couldn't shake the feeling I was being watched. When I got back, I wrote a full report. Gave the GPS points, the description of the shack, the trail, the gear. My supervisor took it seriously. We went back out the next day with a few other rangers and a law enforcement officer. But the trail was gone. No cloth, no markings, no fresh prints. We found a clearing, but the shack burned to the ground, still smoking, like someone torched it just hours before. The bucket was melted. The crates were ash. No signs of the notebooks or the camera. The officer said it looked like a controlled burn, like someone cleaned it up fast. No footprints, no trash, no trace of who had been there. We never found out who lived there, never found who made the trail or why they erased it. I still think about that figure in the woods. The way they just stood there, no reaction, no fear. Watching. That area is closed now. Official reason is trail damage and erosion. But I know the real reason. Something was going on out there. Someone was using that park for something else, and they didn't want to be found. I still work the park. I still hike the trails. But I stay out of that southern section. And every year when May rolls around, I remember that week. I remember how fast they cleaned up, how quiet they were, how well they knew the land, like they'd been there longer than us, like they still are. I've worked as a park ranger for almost 12 years now, mostly stationed out west. But 2 summers ago, I took a seasonal post up north in a lesser-known stretch of canyon territory that doesn't get much attention. It's called the North Rim Wildlife Preserve, not to be confused with the Grand Canyon. This one's smaller, tighter, and much less visited. More remote. That's what drew me in when the job opened up. I was tired of the summer crowds and the dumb tourists who thought flip-flops and granola bars made them survival experts. North Rim's about 50 miles from the nearest paved road. No cell service. No regular visitors except the hardcore backcountry types and a handful of researchers. The station sits on a small rise with a clear view across the ridges and valleys. It's quiet. Too quiet sometimes. My post was a small wooden outpost, barely large enough for a cot, a desk, and a stove. Solar-powered radio, backup generator, bare box out back. Nothing fancy. The preserve itself was mostly pine and spruce, cliffs carved by an old river that still ran deep through the main canyon. A few trails crossed the zone, but most of it was raw land. The kind where you really got to know how to use a map and compass if you plan to make it out. That summer started quiet. A couple of hikers came through in June. A biologist from a state university came by to study nesting falcons on the cliffs. Otherwise, just me and the wildlife. I kept a journal, made daily patrols, kept track of weather, trail conditions, wildlife sightings, and anything else that might matter. The kind of thing no one reads unless something goes wrong. And something did go wrong. Real wrong. It started in late July, right after a week of heavy rain. The kind that turns dirt trails to soft clay and washes out the deeper parts of the canyon. I just come back from a 2-day patrol around the southern loop, probably 20 miles on foot, and was sorting through my notes when I got a ping on the radio. Crackly transmission, low battery, but it was from the research station 3 ridges over. They said one of their trail cams had picked up something strange. Not a bear, not a cougar, just strange movement. They couldn't say more because the signal was fading fast. I told them I'd swing by the next morning and check it out. Now, when they say trail cam picked up something strange, it's usually a deer with a weird shadow or a raccoon messing with the camera. I didn't expect much. I left early next morning, just after sunrise. The air was thick with humidity. Mist hung low between the trees, and the ground was soft underfoot. I wore my usual gear: boots, canvas pants, long sleeve shirt, radio, knife, GPS unit, first aid kit, and my .357 in a chest holster. Not standard issue, but out there, you're on your own. Backup's too far away. Took me 5 hours to reach the ridge where the camera had been set. The researchers weren't around, probably off checking other nests. I knew where they mounted most of their equipment, so I found a tree with the strap marks and spotted the camera tilted sideways on the ground. Something had knocked it loose. I picked it up and checked the casing. The plastic was scuffed, cracked around the edge. Not chewed, not clawed. More like it had been hit. Hard, maybe even thrown. I unscrewed the back and pulled the SD card. My GPS said I was about 14 miles from my station. No way to check the card out there, so I pocketed it and made a note of my log. But just as I stood to leave, I noticed something off about the dirt around the base of the tree. There were prints. Not boot prints, not animal tracks. Just vague impressions like someone had walked through with bare feet, but heavier, deeper. Some were smeared by rain, but a few looked fresh, and they led nowhere. Just circled the tree once and stopped. I followed the direction the prints came from, maybe 30 yards into the underbrush. The trail ended in a small clearing where I found more scuffed earth and bits of broken pine, but nothing else. I scanned the area, but it was silent. Not quiet, silent. No birds, no bugs, just wind in the branches. My skin crawled a little. That's never a good sign in the woods. I headed back to my station fast, made it by dusk, loaded the card into my laptop, and started scanning the footage. For the first several days, normal stuff. Deer, one black bear, a squirrel gnawing on the lens. Then about 3 days before I found the cam, around 2 a.m., the feed showed something strange. At first just darkness, then sudden motion. Something moved fast in front of the lens. Close enough that the motion sensor activated, but the shape was a blur. Then stillness. But in the last few frames before it shut off, I saw something standing just at the edge of the frame. It wasn't clear, just a tall, upright shape. No fur, no clothes, skin maybe or mud. No face, not really. Just a suggestion of one. It stood still for maybe 5 seconds, then the footage ended. I stared at the screen for a long time. Next few days, I kept patrols tighter. Didn't leave sight of the main station for more than 2 hours at a time. Left notes in the radio log. If something happened to me, I wanted someone to know what I saw. I didn't tell HQ, didn't want to sound like a nut. But the weirdness didn't stop. 3 nights later, I was woken up around 3 a.m. by a sharp tapping sound. Not knocking, tapping, like someone clicking their fingernail on wood. It was coming from the front door. I lay still. My hand was already on my pistol. I sat up slowly and listened. Tap, tap, tap. Then silence. Then, from the side of the cabin, same sound. I moved to the small window and looked out, keeping the light off inside. The moon was bright enough that I could see the outline of the trees and the bear box. Nothing moved. I stepped outside, staying in the shadows. Swept the perimeter. Nothing. No tracks. No smell. No sound. But when I came back in, I noticed something odd. One of my trail maps, The one I'd left on the desk had a tear across the middle. A long, slow rip, like someone had dragged a stick or nail across it. My hand started shaking. I tried to keep it together, focus on the job. I told myself it was probably a raccoon or something, or just wind knocking branches against the siding. But I started sleeping in short bursts, pistol close, boots on, never fully relaxed. A week later, I lost contact with the researchers. Their base wasn't manned full-time. Usually one or two folks came out for short trips, but I still checked in once every few days. I hiked out to their site. I found the shack door open, padlock broken but not kicked in. No blood, no signs of a fight. Their equipment was still inside, half-packed. Their journals were scattered across the floor. But the weirdest thing was what I found just outside the shack. A line of stones, white stones, set in a perfect circle, maybe 4 feet across. Dead center was a single boot. Left foot, brand Vask. Laces tied, but the tongue pulled out like someone had yanked it off in a hurry. No prints, no note, just that. I marked the GPS, photographed everything, hiked back fast, and sent an emergency radio ping to HQ. I reported abandoned station, possible missing persons. Said I suspected wildlife interference. They said they'd send someone within 72 hours. But I already knew they wouldn't find them. That night, the tapping came back. Louder this time. Faster. I didn't open the door. I sat in the dark, pistol pointed at the entry. The tapping circled the cabin for nearly an hour. Then it stopped. I stayed up until dawn. Next morning, I found something in the bear box. It wasn't food. It was a rolled up piece of canvas tied with red cord. Inside were 3 things. A wooden carving of some animal I didn't recognize, the missing trail cam strap, and a photo, black and white, curled at the edges, of the research team standing in front of the canyon rim. But their faces were scratched out. Not blurred, scratched, with something sharp. That broke me a little. I called HQ again, told them I was leaving post early. They didn't argue. It took me 2 days to hike out. I didn't sleep either night. Every few hours, I heard movement in the trees beside the trail. Never close, never visible, just soft shifting in the brush. I never saw anything. I just felt watched. Once I reached the old ranger cabin at the outer boundary, where the truck was parked, I found the fuel line slashed. I didn't wait. I walked the final 12 miles down to the nearest fire access road and hitched a ride from a county worker. They filed a full incident report, sent a team out to check the preserve. They didn't find a research team. They didn't find the canvas. They didn't find the boot or the trail cam. Just an empty park with no signs of life for weeks. I haven't gone back since. I requested reassignment and spent the next year working fire tower duties near the coast. The official report says the researchers were lost in a flash flood. No bodies recovered. But know what I saw. I know what I heard. Something lives in that canyon. Something that doesn't want to be seen. Something that doesn't leave tracks like it should. Something that watches. And if you go looking for it, it remembers you. I never filed the SD card. I still have it, locked in a box at home. Some nights, I think about watching that video again, but I never do. I started working as a full-time park ranger in 2016. I was stationed in a large national forest up in Washington state. The kind of place with endless Douglas fir, cedar, and pine trees towering over dirt roads, creeks, and hiking trails that rarely see more than a couple people a week. Most of my work was solo. Hiking in to check on old fire roads, inspecting campgrounds, clearing deadfall, and keeping tabs on remote backcountry sites. That second summer on the job, I was assigned a new section of the forest that hadn't had regular oversight in a few years. It was a long stretch of backcountry, steep ridges, narrow trails, and one decommissioned fire lookout tower at the top of a bluff about 12 miles in. The whole area had been untouched since the previous ranger retired early. I was told he'd had some kind of health issue and never really passed along his notes before leaving. I spent the first week going over the maps and checking old GPS pins from when it was last logged. A few of the trails were overgrown. Fallen trees, washed out culverts. One old shelter near Bear Ridge was rotting into the ground. I documented everything, kept detailed notes, and flag spots for the trail crew to work on later that season. I stayed 3 nights at a time, usually returning to the ranger station at the south end for supplies. I didn't mind being out there. It was quiet. You could hike for an hour and not hear a single unnatural sound, just wind and birds and the occasional branch snapping off a tree. I always liked that feeling, like the forest didn't care if you were there or not. But something about that section always felt a little off. Not in a haunted way or anything, just strange. There were odd little things I noticed early on, like how almost none of the birds flew over a spot north of Mill Creek. They'd fly around it. Wasn't even that big, maybe 150 feet across. But even when you sat quietly for 10 minutes, no birds crossed that patch of sky. I thought it might be thermal pockets or some weird draft from the canyon. But even then, you'd expect to see something fly across eventually. Never did. Then there was the silence. Deep, heavy silence. Not everywhere, just in pockets. You'd walk into a stretch of forest, and suddenly, no sound at all. No bugs. No squirrels. Just your own breathing and boots. I'd stand still and listen, but it always felt like something was holding its breath. That kind of silence gets in your head after a while. Still, I chalked it up to natural phenomena. Animals move, migrate. Maybe something died nearby, or there was an unseen predator. Plenty of reasons for the woods to go quiet. I logged my observations, but didn't make anything of it. Not until I found the clearing. It was early August. The heat was up in the 90s during the day, but the forest stayed cool if you kept to the shade. I was about 8 miles in, coming off a game trail that I thought might connect to an older fire road near the bluff. The map showed a slight depression, possibly an old sinkhole or burn scar, but the records were vague. That's not unusual. Paper logs go missing, digital files don't get updated. You learn to rely on what you see. I came up a ridge and saw what looked like a break in the trees below me. I figured it was a meadow or maybe a dry pond bed. I walked down toward it, bushwhacking the last 100 yards through thick brush. What I came to was not a meadow. It was a clearing, perfectly round, maybe 200 feet across. The trees on the edge were all dead. Not fallen, just standing dead. Their bark was blackened like they'd been burned, but the odd part was only the trees at the outer ring showed signs of fire. The inner part of the clearing was bare. No stumps, no new growth. Just dried dirt and ash, like nothing had grown there in decades. I walked the perimeter first. Every tree, for the full 360 degrees, was charred on the side facing the clearing, but untouched on the other. Like something radiated outward from the center, burned the first few feet of bark, then stopped. There was no sign of a wildfire, no root damage, no scorched underbrush beyond the ring. In the middle of the clearing, perfectly flat. No rocks, no logs, just dust and a few tufts of dead grass trying to grow through. It looked like someone had come through with a massive tiller, scraped it clean, then left it alone for years. I checked my GPS. The location wasn't marked on any map, old or new. Not as a campsite, not as a burn area, not even a geological feature. I made a mental note to flag it with coordinates and come back with a soil test kit. But then I noticed something else. There were no tracks. No deer, no elk, no raccoon. Nothing. Even the bugs were absent. I knelt down and touched the dirt. It was dry, but not just from heat. It felt wrong. Too fine. Powdery. Like old ash or kiln dust. That was when I got the first real hit of unease. That place didn't want company. You can laugh at that if you want. I used to. But standing there, in the middle of that dead circle, every hair on my neck stood up like static. My instinct screamed at me to back out. So I did. I hiked back to my main trail, marked the waypoint, and headed for my usual camp spot 2 miles south. That night, I couldn't sleep well. Every time I closed my eyes, I'd see the clearing, the ring of dead trees, the way the ash stuck to my boots. It wasn't fear exactly. It was more like a deep wrongness, like something in the earth had gone sideways there a long time ago, and I just stepped into the scar. I didn't tell anyone about the clearing for a while. I wrote it up in my personal log, but left it out of the official notes. Maybe I just didn't want to explain it. I knew what kind of reaction I'd get. Just a weird old fire scar. Maybe lightning. Probably nothing. But over the next few weeks, I kept thinking about it. I even had a dream one night where I was back in that spot, except I was ankle deep in ash and couldn't move. Couldn't speak. I woke up sweating. So 3 weeks later, I went back. This time I brought a soil kit, a compass, and a camera. The hike in was the same. Long, quiet. When I reached the clearing, it hadn't changed. Same dead ring of trees. Same fine powder on the ground. I took a soil sample from the center, then from the edge. The compass spun like crazy when I laid it on the ground. I thought it was a fluke, so I recalibrated it twice. Same result. Lay it down flat, it spins. Hold it chest high, it settles. I tried the same thing outside the clearing. It worked fine. I took a dozen photos from every angle. The center, the edges, the trees. Nothing strange on film, but I wasn't expecting anything to show up. I just wanted evidence it existed. Something I could refer to if needed. That night, I camped farther away, 3 miles south, and still I couldn't sleep. Around 2 a.m., I heard a sound like something dragging through leaves near the edge of camp. I got out of my bag, grabbed my flashlight, and scanned the trees. Nothing moved, but there were no animal calls, either. No wind, just a low pressure in the air, like before a storm. I stayed up until dawn, never seeing anything, but I swear something was out there. Watching. Things started to go downhill after that. One morning, I woke up with a bloody nose. Never had those before. Then came the headaches. Dull, throbbing, always when I was near the clearing. By mid-September, I started having ringing in my ears when I crossed into that part of the forest. It would stop the moment I left. The clearing stayed the same. Still dead. Still silent. One trip in late September, I found something new. It was a pile of stones, stacked neatly about waist high on the edge of the clearing. They hadn't been there before. I would have noticed. I walked around them, took photos, didn't touch them. But that night, back at camp, I woke up with the strongest urge to go back and knock the pile over. It was irrational, but it hit me like a compulsion. I didn't go back that night, but I felt unsettled. Angry almost. Like something was in my chest I couldn't shake off. I ended that trip early. I reported it, finally. I wrote up a full field report, photos included, and gave it to my supervisor. He looked at it, nodded, and said he'd pass it along. That's usually code for we're not dealing with this. But 2 days later, I got a call. An old ranger named Steve, who had retired the year before I joined, came by the station. He heard I'd found a clearing in Sector 12, near the bluff. Said he wanted to talk off the record. We went out to the service shed. He lit a cigarette and stared at the gravel. He told me the last ranger who worked that sector full-time, Tom, quit mid-season, didn't even give 2 weeks. Just left. Said he'd seen something out there. Never explained what. Before that, a wildfire crew was assigned near that sector in '09. One of their men went missing during a controlled burn inspection. They never found him. His last known coordinates? Just south of the clearing. Steve said nobody really liked going into that zone. Radios cut out. GPS went haywire. Hikers sometimes reported weird vibes or nausea, but no one stayed long enough to investigate. It wasn't considered a priority area. Too remote. Too quiet. He asked me not to go back, but I did. Late October, just before snow would make the high trails impassable, I hiked in one last time. I told myself it was to finish documentation. I told myself I needed closure. But really, I just wanted to understand it. This time,